DW Deutsche Welle. Living Planet.
This week on Living Planet, a near-death experience turns a nuclear engineer into an environmental crusader.
The only important thing is how many things you had lived for the world.
Migratory birds should be swooping through the skies, but their populations are in a downward spiral.
The human population is spreading and turning habitats on a way that they like it. This type of habitat is not suitable for majority of the birds.
And a Polish mining town reinvents itself as a modern green city.
What I remember as a young child was the air was hard to breathe. Katowice has changed dramatically. Just all the green spaces that have blossomed and flourished here.
I'm Saroja Coelho. Welcome to the show. Gansu province in northern China was once a beautiful place, dusty, hilly, and rough. But water is a constant problem as local supplies have been overused by China's booming industries and agricultural production. And the soft hills that rise in the distance in Gansu, they actually trap clouds of fumes, leaving Gansu's cities with some of the worst air pollution in the world. But the region now has its own green champion. In our first report today, we meet a young man from Gansu who was working as a nuclear engineer until a brush with death made him rethink his place in the world. He's now become an important voice for environmental protection in China. Our correspondent Ruth Morris has more.
Zhao Zhang heads out of the capital city of Lanzhou on a field trip. At 29, he's slightly scruffy and often sleep-deprived. His T-shirt has a drawing of a bear. It reads, "No hurt, no kill." We pass smokestacks, petrochemical plants, then farms and ancient tractors. We stop for lunch. On one side of a bridge, a slaughterhouse drains blood and waste directly into a branch of the Yellow River. On the other side
of the bridge, people put the trash at the banks of the rivers. We try to tell the situation to the government.
China is the planet's biggest polluter and carbon dioxide emitter. This is not an easy place to be an environmentalist. And Gansu is dirty even by Chinese standards. It's remote, so few people took notice as heavy industry dumped tons of toxins here. But Zhao noticed.
You can go to Beijing, Shanghai, big cities, and a lot of very good, well-trained people are doing projects. But here in Gansu, very, very few people are doing this work. So you feel that you are very important. Nobody else can replace you.
Zhao's an engineer by training. He took a job at a nuclear facility in Gansu right out of college. He's also an outdoor enthusiast, and the pollution bothered him. So he started Gansu's first environmental group in his spare time, called Green Camel Bell. He visited schools to talk about recycling. Then something happened that changed his life.
In the vacation of 2007, together with another friend, we to go climbing snow mountains.
Zhao went snow climbing with a friend in Tibet.
The snow is very, very heavy. I don't know it's a gap because they have a snow on the surface.
Zhao fell down a crevice in the ice. He fell 3 stories. He was roped to a buddy who broke his fall, but he couldn't pull Zhao out.
So he told me, okay, you stay there and I will get down the mountains to find somebody else to rescue you.
Zhao was stuck in the crevice for 33 hours.
Outside become dark and it's very silent outside. Nobody, nothing alive is around you. You are the only thing alive in the mountains. And I think a lot of things for my life, for my career, for my work, I think everything is not important. The only important thing is how many things you had lived for the world.
Zhao carved his name in the ice. He wanted to say, Zhao was here. Rescuers eventually found Zhao. A few months later, he quit his job at the nuclear facility, and he threw himself full-time into environmental protection. he started new, more ambitious programs, including one to preserve grasslands in Tibet, and he made it his mission to travel up and down Gansu's fouled rivers with other volunteers, compiling data on the runoff from the heaviest polluters. Whenever possible, he spoke to factory owners face to face.
It's hard to get into the factories because they all know they do some bad things. They don't want others to know the truth.
The group uploaded their data to the China Water Pollution Map run by the Institute of Public and Environmental Affairs, and they alerted villagers who were drinking unsafe river water. One foreign company made upgrades to its wastewater treatment system, but Zhao says it's an uphill battle. Since China's economic opening, growth has trumped all other concerns. Still, changes are afoot.
China is richer and richer, and when people become rich, they can think more things.
Zhao says the Chinese are taking stock of the huge environmental price they've paid to grow so fast. Zhao stops by another green camel bell project. The NGO is helping farmers to grow a new kind of sunflower that will use less water than traditional crops and help protect the eroding soil. It may be his last visit for a while. Zhao has just decided to take a job as China director at a large international NGO, Pacific Environment. As he leaves, a woman pushes a bag of tomatoes into his hands. Then his car turns back onto the road. Zhao Zhang was here. This is Ruth Morris for DW in Gansu.
It's getting chillier every day here in Europe, and as the summer fades into memory, the autumn winds shake the leaves from the trees. If you look up, here in Germany, you might see an orderly flock of geese cutting through the sky in their classic V-shaped formation. Or maybe you'll see blackcaps, chubby, chipper songbirds gathering on the power lines, shivering a little as the weather gets cool. They're all heading south for the winter. 5 billion birds are in transit across Europe right now, fluttering, gliding, swooping across the skies. It's a long, treacherous journey that takes them on a route through the mountains and over the open seas. But hundreds of bird species are suffering from population decline. Fewer birds are returning each year to their breeding grounds. That's because of poisoning by pesticides, habitat loss resulting from destructive agricultural practices, and urban expansion. DW's Pavel Schrei has this report.
The mass migration of animals is one of the most incredible and fascinating natural phenomena on the planet. Creatures on the move include turtles, sharks, dragonflies, wildebeest, crabs, and birds. In fact, a quarter of all bird species.
DW Deutsche Welle. Living Planet.
This week on Living Planet, a near-death experience turns a nuclear engineer into an environmental crusader.
The only important thing is how many things you had lived for the world.
Migratory birds should be swooping through the skies, but their populations are in a downward spiral.
The human population is spreading and turning habitats on a way that they like it. This type of habitat is not suitable for majority of the birds.
And a Polish mining town reinvents itself as a modern green city.
What I remember as a young child was the air was hard to breathe. Katowice has changed dramatically. Just all the green spaces that have blossomed and flourished here.
I'm Saroja Coelho. Welcome to the show. Gansu province in northern China was once a beautiful place, dusty, hilly, and rough. But water is a constant problem as local supplies have been overused by China's booming industries and agricultural production. And the soft hills that rise in the distance in Gansu, they actually trap clouds of fumes, leaving Gansu's cities with some of the worst air pollution in the world. But the region now has its own green champion. In our first report today, we meet a young man from Gansu who was working as a nuclear engineer until a brush with death made him rethink his place in the world. He's now become an important voice for environmental protection in China. Our correspondent Ruth Morris has more.
Zhao Zhang heads out of the capital city of Lanzhou on a field trip. At 29, he's slightly scruffy and often sleep-deprived. His T-shirt has a drawing of a bear. It reads, "No hurt, no kill." We pass smokestacks, petrochemical plants, then farms, and ancient tractors. We stop for lunch. On one side of a bridge, a slaughterhouse drains blood and waste directly into a branch of the Yellow River. On the other side
of the bridge, people put the trash at the banks of the rivers. We try to tell the situation to the government.
China is the planet's biggest polluter and carbon dioxide emitter. This is not an easy place to be an environmentalist. And Gansu is dirty even by Chinese standards. It's remote, so few people took notice as heavy industry dumped tons of toxins here. But Zhao noticed.
You can go to Beijing, Shanghai, big cities, and a lot of very good, well-trained people are doing projects. But here in Gansu, very, very few people are doing this work. So you feel that you are very important. Nobody else can replace you.
Zhao's an engineer by training. He took a job at a nuclear facility in Gansu right out of college. He's also an outdoor enthusiast, and the pollution bothered him. So he started Gansu's first environmental group in his spare time, called Green Camel Bell. He visited schools to talk about recycling. Then something happened that changed his life.
In the vacation of 2007, together with another friend, we to go climb snow mountains.
Zhao went snow climbing with a friend in Tibet.
The snow is very, very heavy. I don't know it's a gap because they have a snow on the surface.
Zhao fell down a crevice in the ice. He fell 3 stories. He was roped to a buddy who broke his fall, but he couldn't pull Zhao out.
So he told me, okay, you stay there and I will get down the mountains to find somebody else to rescue you.
Zhao was stuck in the crevice for 33 hours.
Outside become dark and it's very silent outside. Nobody, nothing alive is around you. You are the only thing alive in the mountains. And I think a lot of things for my life, for my career, for my work, I think everything is not important. The only important thing is how many things you had lived for the world.
Zhao carved his name in the ice. He wanted to say, Zhao was here. Rescuers eventually found Zhao. A few months later, he quit his job at the nuclear facility, and he threw himself full-time into environmental protection. He started new, more ambitious programs, including one to preserve grasslands in Tibet, and he made it his mission to travel up and down Gansu's fouled rivers with other volunteers, compiling data on the runoff from the heaviest polluters. Whenever possible, he spoke to factory owners face to face.
It's hard to get into the factories because they all know they are doing some bad things. They don't want others to know the truth.
The group uploaded their data to the China Water Pollution Map run by the Institute of Public and Environmental Affairs, and they alerted villagers who were drinking unsafe river water. One foreign company made upgrades to its wastewater treatment system, but Zhao says it's an uphill battle. Since China's economic opening, growth has trumped all other concerns. Still, changes are afoot.
China is richer and richer, and when people become rich, they can think more things.
Zhao says the Chinese are taking stock of the huge environmental price they've paid to grow so fast. Zhao stops by another Green Camel Bell project. The NGO is helping farmers to grow a new kind of sunflower that will use less water than traditional crops and help protect the eroding soil. It may be his last visit for a while. Zhao has just decided to take a job as China director at a large international NGO, Pacific Environment. As he leaves, a woman pushes a bag of tomatoes into his hands. Then his car turns back onto the road. Zhao Zhang was here. This is Ruth Morris for DW in Gansu.
It's getting chillier every day here in Europe, and as the summer fades into memory, the autumn winds shake the leaves from the trees. If you look up, here in Germany, you might see an orderly flock of geese cutting through the sky in their classic V-shaped formation. Or maybe you'll see blackcaps chubby, chipper songbirds gathering on the power lines, shivering a little as the weather gets cool. They're all heading south for the winter. 5 billion birds are in transit across Europe right now, fluttering, gliding, swooping across the skies. It's a long, treacherous journey that takes them on a route through the mountains and over the open seas. But hundreds of bird species are suffering from population decline. Fewer birds are returning each year to their breeding grounds. That's because of poisoning by pesticides, habitat loss resulting from destructive agricultural practices, and urban expansion.
DW Deutsche Welle. Living Planet.
This week on Living Planet, a near-death experience turns a nuclear engineer into an environmental crusader.
The only important thing is how many things you had lived for the world.
Migratory birds should be swooping through the skies, but their populations are in a downward spiral.
The human population is spreading and turning habitats on a way that they like it. This type of habitat is not suitable for majority of the birds.
And a Polish mining town reinvents itself as a modern green city.
What I remember as a young child was the air was hard to breathe. Katowice has changed dramatically. Just all the green spaces that have blossomed and flourished here.
I'm Saroja Coelho. Welcome to the show. Gansu province in northern China was once a beautiful place, dusty, hilly, and rough. But water is a constant problem as local supplies have been overused by China's booming industries and agricultural production. And the soft hills that rise in the distance in Gansu, they actually trap clouds of fumes, leaving Gansu's cities with some of the worst air pollution in the world. But the region now has its own green champion. In our first report today, we meet a young man from Gansu who was working as a nuclear engineer until a brush with death made him rethink his place in the world. He's now become an important voice for environmental protection in China. Our correspondent Ruth Morris has more.
Zhao Zhang heads out of the capital city of Lanzhou on a field trip. At 29, he's slightly scruffy and often sleep-deprived. His T-shirt has a drawing of a bear. It reads, "No hurt, no kill." We pass smokestacks, petrochemical plants, then farms, and ancient tractors. We stop for lunch. On one side of a bridge, a slaughterhouse drains blood and waste directly into a branch of the Yellow River. On the other side,
The other side of the bridge, people put the trash at the banks of the rivers. We try to tell the situation to the government.
China is the planet's biggest polluter and carbon dioxide emitter. This is not an easy place to be an environmentalist. And Gansu is dirty even by Chinese standards. It's remote, so few people took notice as heavy industry dumped tons of toxins here. But Zhao noticed.
You can go to Beijing, Shanghai, big cities, and a lot of very good, well-trained people are doing projects. But here in Gansu, very, very few people are doing this work. So you feel that you are very important. Nobody else can replace you.
Zhao's an engineer by training. He took a job at a nuclear facility in Gansu right out of college. He's also an outdoor enthusiast, and the pollution bothered him. So he started Gansu's first environmental group in his spare time, called Green Camel Bell. He visited schools to talk about recycling. Then something happened that changed his life.
In the vacation of 2007, together with another friend, we to go climb snow mountains.
Zhao went snow climbing with a friend in Tibet.
The snow is very, very heavy. I don't know it's a gap because they have a snow on the surface.
Zhao fell down a crevice in the ice. He fell 3 stories. He was roped to a buddy who broke his fall, but he couldn't pull Zhao out.
So he told me, okay, you stay there and I will get down the mountains to find somebody else to rescue you.
Zhao was stuck in the crevice for 33 hours.
Outside become dark and it's very silent outside. Nobody, nothing alive is around you. You are the only thing alive in the mountains. And I think a lot of things for my life, for my career, for my work, I think everything is not important. The only important thing is how many things you had lived for the world.
Zhao carved his name in the ice. He wanted to say, Zhao was here. Rescuers eventually found Zhao. A few months later, he quit his job at the nuclear facility, and he threw himself full-time into environmental protection. He started new, more ambitious programs, including one to preserve grasslands in Tibet, and he made it his mission to travel up and down Gansu's fouled rivers with other volunteers, compiling data on the runoff from the heaviest polluters. Whenever possible, he spoke to factory owners face to face.
It's hard to get into the factories because they all know they do some bad things. They don't want others to know the truth.
The group uploaded their data to the China Water Pollution Map run by the Institute of Public and Environmental Affairs, and they alerted villagers who were drinking unsafe river water. One foreign company made upgrades to its wastewater treatment system, but Zhao says it's an uphill battle. Since China's economic opening, growth has trumped all other concerns. Still, changes are afoot.
China is richer and richer, and when people become rich, they can think more things.
Zhao says the Chinese are taking stock of the huge environmental price they've paid to grow so fast. Zhao stops by another Green Camel Bell project. The NGO is helping farmers to grow a new kind of sunflower that will use less water than traditional crops and help protect the eroding soil. It may be his last visit for a while. Zhao has just decided to take a job as China director at a large international NGO, Pacific Environment. As he leaves, a woman pushes a bag of tomatoes into his hands. Then his car turns back onto the road. Zhao Zhang was here. This is Ruth Morris for DW in Gansu.
It's getting chillier every day here in Europe, and as the summer fades into memory, the autumn winds shake the leaves from the trees. If you look up, here in Germany, you might see an orderly flock of geese cutting through the sky in their classic V-shaped formation. Or maybe you'll see blackcaps, chubby, chipper songbirds gathering on the power lines, shivering a little as the weather gets cool. They're all heading south for the winter. 5 billion birds are in transit across Europe right now, fluttering, gliding, swooping across the skies. It's a long, treacherous journey that takes them on a route through the mountains and over the open seas. But hundreds of bird species are suffering from population decline. Fewer birds are returning each year to their breeding grounds. That's because of poisoning by pesticides, habitat loss resulting from destructive agricultural practices, and urban expansion. DW's Pavel Schrei has this report.
The mass migration of animals is one of the most incredible and fascinating natural phenomena on the planet. Creatures on the move include turtles, sharks, dragonflies, wildebeest, crabs, and birds. In fact, a quarter of all bird species are long-distance migratory birds. Geese, raptors, waterbirds, nightingales, turtle doves, and even the common starling take to the skies.
You're listening to ESL Podcasts English Cafe, number 355. This is English as a Second Language Podcast English Cafe, episode 355. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. We really need a song for that, don't you think? Because I say it every week. It'd be better if I could, sing it somehow. You can visit our website at eslpod.com. Download this episode's learning guide. What's a learning guide? Well, it's an 8 to 10 page guide we provide for all of our current episodes. That's what it is. You can take a look on our website at eslpod.com. pod.com. On this cafe, we're going to continue our series on American presidents, focusing on the 8th President of the United States, the always exciting Martin Van Buren. We're also going to talk about some secrets in show business here in Los Angeles. Well, there won't be secrets after I tell you them. And as always, we'll answer a few of your questions. Let's get started. This cafe begins with a continuation of our series on American presidents. Today we're going to talk about the 8th President of the United States, Martin Van Buren. Van Buren, you may guess, was born into a Dutch family. His ancestors, his relatives, were originally from Holland. The word Dutch, D-U-T-C-H, is related to Holland, or what is now called the Netherlands. Dutch would be the adjective we would use. And that is indeed what Van Buren's background was. It was Dutch. His family lived in New York, and he was born in 1782. The importance of that date will become clear in a few minutes. But he was born in the late part of the 18th century, in the early part of the history of the United States. He didn't have very much formal education. He didn't study in a school for a long time. But he did study law and was admitted to the bar. When we say someone is admitted to the bar, B-A-R, we mean that they are a lawyer who has passed a test and is allowed to work as a lawyer in a certain area, in a certain state. A lawyer is the same as an attorney. Van Buren became involved in politics as a young man when he was just 17 years old. As he earned more money, he was able to focus on politics more. He was able to concentrate on politics more. He was elected a state senator in the state of New York. That means he represented a part of the state in the state senate in New York. Later, he was elected as Attorney General in New York. The Attorney General is sort of the highest level lawyer or attorney for the government. The Attorney General is in charge of making sure people are following the law in a certain area. After that, in 1821, he was elected a U.S. Senator. Each state, you may know, has 2 senators that they can send to Washington, D.C. to represent that state. And Van Buren was elected one of the 2 senators from the state of New York. He became very involved in the effort, the campaign, the organized effort to elect another man, Andrew Jackson, as president. In 1829, Van Buren was elected governor of New York. So he was the attorney general, he was the senator, and then he became the governor. The governor is sort of like the president of the state, the leader, political leader for that state. He was, however, only governor for 3 months because in 1829, President Andrew Jackson, who he had helped get elected back in 1828, made him Secretary of State. The Secretary of State is the person in the U.S. government who's in charge of foreign policy, of dealing with other countries. It's a very important position. It's the oldest, what we call, cabinet position in the United States. But Van Buren didn't stop there. He later became ambassador to the United Kingdom, to Great Britain, in 1831 for just 1 year, year and a half. Then, in 1832, Andrew Jackson asked him to be his vice president. In the United States, we have a president, but we also have a vice president in case the president gets killed or if there's some problem with the president being president, the vice president can take over. That's happened several times. Van Buren was vice president for President Jackson from 1833 until 1837. Why did Van Buren stop being vice president? Well, because in 1836, Van Buren himself was elected president of the United States, our 8th president. Van Buren and Andrew Jackson were very closely related politically, the previous president and Van Buren. Van Buren said he wanted to continue the policies of Andrew Jackson. That was his intention, to continue the policies, the things that he was doing. One's intention is what you plan to do in the future. Van Buren kept most of Jackson's cabinet members. The cabinet is the group of people who help run the government. And typically, when a new president comes in, most of the cabinet is replaced. But when Van Buren came in, because he was such good friends with Jackson and his political ally, his political friend, he kept most of the cabinet members. Van Buren's presidency, the time that he was president, was not exactly the most exciting time in American history. Perhaps the most important thing that happened when Van Buren was president was something not very good. It was called the Panic of 1837. A panic, usually when we're talking about 19th century history, is a time of great economic problems. When people get worried, to panic is to get very upset, to be very worried or concerned about a situation, often to do something stupid or not very good because you're so worried. Well, there was a financial panic when there was economic problems in the country, and this lasted for nearly 5 years. There were a lot of people who didn't have jobs, there was a lot of economic problems, and so forth. There was very little that Van Buren thought he could do to address or to take care of these economic woes. When we say woes, W-O-E-S, we're talking about troubles, problems. It's kind of an old word for difficulties. Well, Van Buren became very unpopular, and some of his enemies, some of his political rivals, people who also wanted his job, they made a little joke with his name. They, what we would call, made a play on his name. His name, remember, is Martin Van Buren. They started to call him Martin Van Ruin. Ruin, R-U-I-N, is to destroy or to make something so that it's worse, to do something wrong to something else, to harm something else. We can use it in economics. When someone says, I'm ruined, they mean I've lost all my money, I've lost my job, I've lost my house. So they called poor Martin Van Ruin instead of Martin Van Buren as a joke, and of course as a criticism. Despite Van Buren's political problems, economic problems, he was considered a very good politician, in fact, an excellent politician who really understood how to organize and get things done. He started a new political party. The Democratic Party was actually started in part by Van Buren. During his time as president from 1836 to 1840, well, he was elected in 1836. He became president in the next year, in 1837. That's how it works in the United States. We have elections every 4 years, but you don't actually start as president until the following year. So he was president from 1837 to 1841. Not a lot happened other than the financial panic in Van Buren's presidency. Texas asked to join the United States. Remember, Texas, which is a large state in the south central part of the U.S., had become independent of Mexico and then had asked to join the United States. Texas was its own country for a few years. Texas wanted to join the U.S., but Van Buren wasn't interested. He said no. Eventually, Texas did join the United States. Van Buren was also involved in a war against some Native American or American Indian groups or tribes in Florida called the Second Seminole War. That war helped make Florida part of the United States. He was also involved in moving the Native Americans from Florida, moving them to a completely different part of the country, something known as the Trail of Tears. Tears refers to the water that comes out of your eye when you cry, so it's a sad thing. We talked about the Trail of Tears back on English Cafe number 139. Van Buren tried to become president again in the election of 1840, but he lost to another candidate, William Henry Harrison. He said, Van Buren did, that the presidency was very difficult for him. He says, as to the presidency, the two happiest days of my life were those of my entrance upon the office, meaning when he started to become president, the day he became president, and my surrender of it. To surrender, surrender, here means to give something up, usually to give something to another person. So the two happiest days of his life were his first and his last days as president. He, as I said, lost the election in 1840 to Harrison. He tried to run again for president in 1848 as what we would call a third-party candidate, someone who is not associated with one of the two big political parties. That party, called the Free Soil Party, lost, and he never again had political office. He was never again in a public office. He returned to his home in New York. He died in the same town where he was born. He continued to travel, however. He went to Europe. He wrote his autobiography, the story of his own life. He eventually died in the middle of the Civil War in 1862 when he was 79 years old. He was married. He had 4 children. Chico, Groucho, Harpo, and Zeppo. No. I don't know what his children's names were. Those were the Marx Brothers that I just mentioned, famous comedians in the 20th century. Van Buren's presidency, you can probably tell, was not very exciting, not very eventful. Not a lot of things happened. However, he was, as I said, one of the first great political minds in the United States. He understood how to get money from people, how to organize, not just for his own purposes, but also in starting the Democratic Party. He was also the first president to be born as an American citizen. Remember, I said he was born in 1782. Well, that was just after the United States became its own country. Our first 7 presidents were all born before the U.S. became an independent country. Maybe one of the most interesting things for me about Van Buren was the fact that he did not grow up speaking English as a first language. He grew up speaking Dutch in his house. That was the language of his parents. And then he learned English as a second language, probably from listening to English Cafe episodes of ESL Podcast. Probably. I'm not sure about that. I'll have to look that up in the history books. Now let's turn to our next topic, which is show business secrets. Show, S-H-O-W, business, refers to what we more commonly call here in Los Angeles simply the industry, which is the entertainment industry. People who make television shows, movies, music, theatrical plays, all those would be part of the entertainment industry or showbiz. Notice sometimes we make business short to biz. We say showbiz instead of show business. It's the same thing. Showbiz secrets would be things that are not commonly known about how the entertainment industry works. You may know them, you may not. We'll find out. For example, let's consider how actors get paid here in Los Angeles and in other places. Usually, there are 2 possible payments. There is a front-end payment and a back-end payment. A front-end payment, sometimes called an upfront, U-P-F-R-O-N-T, one word, payment, is where a big-name actor, someone who is very famous, will agree to be in a movie or a television program, and they'll give him $5 million or $10 million. That's a front-end payment. That's what most actors get. However, there are some actors, especially the famous ones, the ones who have some power in this city, in this town, we would say, who also get what are called back-end payments. These are payments, especially for movies, that are calculated based on how well the movie does, how many tickets the movie sells. They may get a certain percentage of the money that the movie makes. Sometimes the calculation, the way of figuring these out can be quite complex, very difficult, but it's usually based on how much money the movie makes after all of the expenses have been taken into account. That is, after they, in this case, have been subtracted. For certain types of films, actors can receive a lot of money also from merchandising. Not just the actors, but more importantly and more commonly, the people who make the movie. This is the practice of making objects, often toys and other things that are related to the movie. For example, the Star Wars movies have a lot of merchandising. You can buy toys, books, calendars, clothing, games, dishes, just about anything with the characters from the Star Wars movie. And of course, this is true for hundreds of other movies as well. especially movies made for children. Actors can also make money through something called residuals. This is true when we're talking about television shows or television movies. A residual, RESIDUAL, is money that continues to be paid as long as the television show or television movie continues to make money. Residuals can be paid even after the actor has died. They can be paid to his, what we would call, next of kin. That is, his nearest relatives, a husband, a wife, a daughter, or a son. There are television shows, I was just watching one this afternoon, that were made 50, 60 years ago that are still being shown on television. Well, every time they're shown, the people who made those television shows or the people who own those television shows get money. In many cases, the actors who were in them or their next of kin continue to get money from those shows. Many of you have probably seen the show Friends. It's been around the world. It's been shown in many different countries. It was a comedy back in the 90s here in the United States. But every time that show is put on television in some country, including here in the U.S., of course, the actors will make a little bit of money from that show. They will get residuals. The ways in which actors are paid can be very complicated. This is one reason why the actors have a union, an organization. It's technically known as a guild, G-U-I-L-D, which is just an old word for a union. The Screen Actors Guild is the largest union for actors in the United States, I believe, certainly here in Los Angeles. One of my old neighbors works for what we call here in LA SAG, Screen Actors Guild. The Screen Actors Guild is not the only union. There's also the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. The two groups actually, I think, recently combined, and together they have about 150,000 actors and other professionals in show business. It's not easy to become a member of the Screen Actors Guild. You have to prove that you are a professional actor, that you have significant experience, and the union, the guild itself, decides if you can become a member, and if you do, you get what's called a SAG card. It's a piece of identification that says that you are, in fact, a member of the Screen Actors Guild. You also have to pay a fee. You have to pay money to become a member of the guild, more than $2,000 to join the organization. I don't think there are any podcasters in the Screen Actors Guild. That's not really what they do. It's more for movies and television shows, that sort of thing. Now let's answer some of the questions that you have sent to us. Our first question comes from Russia, from SVYATOSLV. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce that well, I'm sure. My Russian is not as good as it used to be. The question has to do with the difference between revenue, profit, and turnover. All three of these words are business or economic terms. They have some similar meanings. Revenue is the income or the money that a business gets from selling whatever it does. It's all of the money it gets. It could be money from investments. It could be money from selling things. It could be money from rent. anything that comes into the company, any money that comes into the company, is revenue. R-E-V-E-N-U-E. Profit typically is when you take the revenue, which might be called also the income, and you subtract or take away your expenses, how much it costs to pay your employees, how much your building costs, how much it costs to produce whatever product or service that you sell. When you take the costs away from the income or revenue, what you're left with is the profit. So if it costs me $5 to make something and I sell it for $10, then I have a profit of $5. Turnover is the amount that is gained or lost in a certain period of time. Sometimes revenue and turnover have the same meaning. However, turnover has some very specific meanings. For example, if we talk about employee turnover, we're talking about how long employees have stayed on their job, how long they have stayed working for that company. Turnover usually refers to some activity of the business, but more commonly, I think people associate it with this other meaning of where you have an employee who stays for only a certain amount of time. The average amount of time would be the turnover. There are some places like restaurants and hotels that have what are called high turnovers, meaning the employees go for maybe a year, maybe 2 years, and then they leave, maybe less. Andre, A-N-D-R-E, from Brazil, wants to know what a limerick is. A limerick, L-I-M-E-R-I-C-K, is a type of poem. It's a funny poem, most often associated with the Irish, at least when I was growing up. We would associate limericks with Ireland. There's a town, a city in Ireland called Limerick. Limericks are usually humorous poems. They have a certain form, a certain format, and they're often, how should I say, they're often a little vulgar, a little dirty. They're often meant as ways of perhaps criticizing something or making fun of someone. The format of the limerick is best understood by simply reading a limerick. It has a certain pattern in the way the words rhyme. Most traditional limericks begin with something like, there once was a man, or there once was a woman, or simply there was a man, something that happened in the past. There was an old man with a beard. A beard would be hair on your face. There was an old man with a beard who said, "It is just as I feared. 2 owls and a hen, 4 larks and a wren, have all built their nest in my beard." So there was an old man with a beard. He says, "Oh, it's just what I feared. What I feared, what I was afraid of has happened. 2 owls and a hen, 4 larks and a wren," these are 4 kinds of birds, "have all built their nests in my beard." A nest is a place that a bird builds where it can sleep and stay. So, of course, his beard was so big, the idea is that the birds built their nests in them. Most of them, I must say, are much more vulgar and dirty than that. But I, of course, will not be saying any of those here on the cafe. Here in the U.S., one of the most common ways of beginning a limerick is, "There once was a man from Nantucket," or "There once was a girl from Nantucket." That is the first line. Why Nantucket? Nantucket is an island off of the coast of Massachusetts in the east part of the United States. And perhaps people who make the limericks found a lot of funny things that could rhyme with Nantucket. Finally, Yuanjun, Yuanjun, from China, wants to know what Americans call their mother-in-law or father-in-law. Do they call them mom or dad? Do they call them by their first names? Does it matter how old they are? And so forth. Well, these are all good questions. Once again, we can't mention all of the things that mother-in-laws are called here on the cafe. But in general, your mother-in-law, which is, of course, the mother of your wife or mother of your husband, your father-in-law is obviously the father of your spouse, your husband or wife. These two people, your in-laws, we might say, really can be called a lot of different things depending on the family. I think this really depends on the family where you grew up or the family you marry into. Everyone has their own custom. They might be called Mr. and Mrs., especially when the young man or young woman is just recently married, and there is, in fact, typically, of course, a difference in age. I would say that in-laws are often, however, called by their first names. So I might call my mother-in-law by her first name. In my family, my wife calls my parents by their first name. So my wife would call my father Pat and my mother Mary. That's kind of the tradition in our family. It may not be the tradition in other families, however. It would also be possible to call your mother-in-law mom or mother. I don't think this is common, though. It may be something that happens in some families, but I don't think it happens in most. I think either you call them by their first name, which is probably the most common, or you would say Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith. In-laws can also refer to brother-in-laws, sister-in-laws, son-in-laws, daughter-in-laws. All of those are also, or could also be called in-laws. They're the family of your husband or family of your wife, the immediate family, I should say. You can only have in-laws after you are married. If you're just dating, we wouldn't call that person your father-in-law or your mother-in-law, because in-law means that the two of you and your wife or your husband, are legally married. That's what makes her parents your father-in-law and mother-in-law, and so forth. If you have a question or comment, or some problem with your mother-in-law, you can email me. The email address is eslpod@eslpod.com. I'll be happy to try to answer your questions, but I'm not going to help you with your mother-in-law. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on The English Cafe. ESL Podcast English Cafe is written and produced by Dr. Jeff McQuillan and Dr. Lucy Say. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. You're listening to ESL Podcast English Cafe, number 366. This is English as a Second Language Podcast, English Cafe, episode 366. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Our website is eslpod.com. Go there. Become a member. Download a learning guide. Improve your English faster than you ever thought possible. On this cafe, we're going to have another one of our Ask an American segments where we listen to other native speakers talking at a normal speed. Then we go back and we explain what they said. Today, we're going to be talking about space exploration in the United States, why some people think it's important for the U.S. to continue its space exploration program. And as always, we'll answer a few of your questions. Let's get started. We'll listen to astrophysicist, someone who is a scientist interested in outer space. We're going to listen to astrophysicist Neil deGrasse. He's going to talk about what is going on with the space exploration program in the United States in the year 2012, which is when we're recording this episode. We'll listen and then go back and explain what he says. Let's start.
And right now, the United States has no vehicle of its own to take our astronauts to orbit. We have to hitch a ride with the Russians. In fact, if you hitched a ride, it implies you got on for free, but we're riding with the Russians because we're paying for those seats. So that's a little embarrassing, I think.
Dr. deGrasse, Neil, can I call him Neil? Yeah, Neil. Neil says that right now, at this time, the United States has no vehicle of its own to take our astronauts to orbit. The word vehicle, V-E-H-I-C-L-E, is normally a word we use to describe an automobile, a car, that is. It could also describe a truck that you drive. But here it means a machine with a motor or an engine in it that takes people from one place to another. So vehicle has a more general meaning, and that's the meaning that Neil is using here. He's, of course, talking about a space vehicle, a machine that will take people from Earth up into outer space, such as what we used to have the space shuttle do. Neil says that right now the United States doesn't have a vehicle of its own, meaning one that belongs to the United States, to take our astronauts to orbit. An astronaut, A-S-T-R-O-N-A-U-T, is a word we discussed a few weeks ago on the cafe. An astronaut is someone whose job it is to fly in a space vehicle up into outer space. Orbit, O-R-B-I-T, here refers to the circular path that a spaceship takes around a planet, in this case Earth. We can use this as a verb. We say the Earth orbits around the sun, meaning the Earth goes around the sun, and the moon orbits around the Earth. The moon goes around the Earth. Well, when you have a space vehicle, the vehicle will orbit around the Earth, just like a satellite. It will go around in a circular path, or something close to that. I don't think it is actually a true circle. Neil says that because the United States doesn't have a space vehicle of its own, we have to hitch a ride with the Russians. The expression to hitch, H-I-T-C-H. A ride, R-I-D-E, means to ask for and get someone else to take you, usually in their car or in their truck or in their vehicle, from one place to another. When you don't have a car, you can go out onto the street or the highway and you can hitch a ride. Another word we use is hitchhike, H-I-K-E at the end. To hitchhike means to travel around from place to place, city to city, when you don't have a car, by going out and basically asking people to take you from one place to another. In the United States, the normal way of doing this is to put your hand out with your thumb extended in the direction of where the car is going, and that indicates that you want to hitch a ride. This is not recommended in most places in the United States. It can be very dangerous. I probably would not suggest you do that here. And in some places now, I think it's illegal to do that. You could be arrested for doing that, especially on a freeway or a highway. Well, this is the idea that Neil is talking about when he says the U.S. has to hitch a ride with the Russians, or hitch a ride from the Russians, we could say. This means that the Russians still have a space vehicle, and if we want to send astronauts into space, we have to basically ask or pay for the astronauts to get up into outer space, going with the Russian vehicle. He says, in fact, if you hitched a ride, it implies you got on for free. And remember, that's what I said, that when you hitch a ride, you get someone else to take you. The idea is that they don't charge you any money. If you had money, you'd take a bus or some other way of getting to where you want to go. Neil reminds us, however, that hitching a ride with the Russians is not free. He says, we are riding with the Russians because we are paying for those seats. A seat, S-E-A-T, is where you sit. So when Neil says we're paying for those seats, he means just like on an airplane, you have to pay in order to fly on the airplane. We have to pay the Russians to fly on their, or in their, space vehicle. He thinks it's a little embarrassing. To be embarrassed means to feel a little ashamed or to feel bad because the situation isn't very good for you, and perhaps because you've done something wrong. That's usually when we feel embarrassed. But Neil thinks it's embarrassing for the United States to have to pay another country in order to send its astronauts up into outer space. I'm not sure if Neil is right about that, but that's his opinion, and he's sticking to it. He's holding to it. He's not going to change it. Here's Neil again.
And right now, the United States has no vehicle of its own to take our astronauts to orbit. We have to hitch a ride with the Russians. In fact, if you hitched a ride, it implies you got on for free, but we're riding with the Russians because we're paying for those seats. So that's a little embarrassing, I think.
Neil thinks, not surprisingly, the United States should spend more money on space exploration. You have to understand that the United States in the last 2 or 3 years has basically decided to end its space program, at least sending men and women up in the space shuttle. The space shuttle is no longer operating, and so the U.S. doesn't have a way now to send people up into space. The U.S. government is actually spending less money now on space exploration than they used to. Let's listen to Neil again.
Because it's just that kind of adventure that stokes the health of our economy. And in this, the 21st century, science and technological innovations will define who leads the century and who does not. what we have found in the golden era of space exploration here in America, that even though space was driven by war, the consequence of that was a completely shifted outlook that the entire country had about what was possible for our future. And the people who bring tomorrow into today are the scientists and technologists.
Neil begins by saying, it's just that kind of adventure that stokes the health of our economy. He's talking about the adventure or the excitement of going up into space. He thinks that this kind of adventure, this kind of excitement, this kind of journey, this kind of experience stokes the health of our economy. To stoke, S-T-O-K-E, usually is used to talk about fire. We use the verb to stoke a fire, meaning you try to make it burn more, to burn hotter, maybe adding more wood, blowing air on it, that sort of thing. I don't know. I don't start a lot of fires personally, but that's what the verb is used for. Stoke can also be used to mean to make something bigger or stronger. In this case, Neil is saying that a strong space program can stoke the health of our economy. Our economy refers to the jobs that people have, the money that we have. To stoke the health of our economy would mean to improve our economy. So he thinks that having a space exploration program will cause our economy to be stronger and healthier. There's another use I should mention of the word stoke when you add a D at the end and use the verb to be. You can say, I am stoked, or she is stoked. That means you're really excited about something. You're feeling a lot of energy. You're ready to do something. I'm very happy about something. I'm stoked about my trip to Las Vegas. I'm going to go and I'm going to win a lot of money. Actually, I probably will lose a lot of money. But that's the idea of being stoked with a D at the end. Neil says that now, in the 21st century, the century we're in right now, the 100-year period we're in, science and technological innovation will define who leads the century and who does not. Innovations, I-N-N-O-V-A-T-I-O-N-S, are new things, new ideas for developing and creating things. Over the past few years, we've seen a lot of technological innovations, new ideas related to technology, computers and phones and that sort of thing. Neil says that these kinds of technological innovations will define who leads the century and who does not. To define means to decide in this case. To lead means, of course, to be in first place. So whoever, whatever country, Neil means, has the most technological innovation will be the country that leads in this 21st century. Next, Neil talks about the golden era of space exploration in the United States. The golden era, E-R-A, describes a period of time when everything is wonderful, when it's the best that it has ever been. We sometimes also refer to this as the Golden Age, A-G-E, the Golden Age of Spanish literature, or the Golden Age of English technology. Is there English technology? I don't know. The Golden Age of the Hollywood musical, the kind of film where people sing and dance. These are all ways of describing a period of time when things are at their very best. Neil talks about the golden era of space exploration here in America. He says, even though space was driven by war, the consequence of that was a completely shifted outlook. So we have to explain a little context here. Neil is describing the period during the 1960s and the 1970s when the United States had a very active space program. Apollo 11 going to the moon, having other Apollo spacecraft go up into space and to the moon, having or helping with the International Space Station in later years. All of this was part of the golden age or golden era of space exploration, when the U.S. was going out into space and sending men and women up into space. He says that in the 60s and 70s, this space exploration effort was driven by war. To be driven means here to be caused. He's saying that it was the Cold War, I think this is what he means, the Cold War between the U.S. and the then Soviet Union, the competition militarily and politically between the U.S. and the USSR, caused the U.S. to invest more money into space exploration because, of course, the Russians were doing the same thing, the Soviets, I should say. Neil is saying that even though that was the case, despite the fact that it was driven by war, it still had a positive consequence, a positive result. And the result was that there was a completely shifted outlook. An outlook, O-U-T-L-O-O-K, one word, is your perspective. It's the way you view the world or view a situation. To shift, S-H-I-F-T, as a verb means to change, often from one direction to another. So a shifted outlook would be a changed perspective, a changed way of looking at the world. And Neil believes that our space exploration program shifted the outlook of the entire country, the United States, about what was possible for our future. So it gave us dreams about what was possible because of the ability to go up into space. He said that people who bring tomorrow into today are the scientists and technologists. So Neil is saying that it's people like himself, isn't that a coincidence? Scientists and technologists, people who develop technology, such as all of those folks up in Silicon Valley here in California, where all of the big technology companies are. These are the people, Neil believes, who bring tomorrow into today. That is, they help us understand and make possible our future. Neil believes that he and others like him are the key to our future, our development as an economy and perhaps as a country. Neil has a very high opinion of himself. Now let's listen one more time to what Neil is saying.
Because it's just that kind of adventure that stokes the health of our economy. And in the 21st century, science and technological innovations will define who leads the century and who does not. What we have found in the golden era of space exploration here in America, that even though space was driven by war, the consequence of that was a completely shifted outlook that the entire country had about what was possible for our future. And the people who bring tomorrow into today are the scientists and technologists.
Now let's answer some of the questions you have sent to us. Our first question comes from Alexei, Alexey, from Russia. So maybe Alexei can give me a ride into outer space. Alexei has a question about 3 words: point, period, and dot. Point, P-O-I-N-T, can mean a couple of different things. As a verb, it can mean to indicate a certain thing, often using your hand or your finger. I want that one over there. You point with your finger. You move your finger to indicate where it is you are talking about, or what you are talking about, I should say. Point, as a noun, can mean the end or the tip of something. We can talk about the point of a pencil or a pen that you write with. It's the very end of it. That can be the point. The point can also mean something completely different, which is an idea or a purpose or the goal, the aim, the reason you're doing something. What is the point of this lecture? What is the point of this book? What is it trying to say? What is its goal? What is its purpose? Period, P-E-R-I-O-D, is, again, a couple of different things. As a noun, it can be used in talking about punctuation to refer to the end of a sentence. It's a little small, round thing that you put at the end of a sentence to end the sentence. In British English, it's called full stop. Period can also be a length of time, a certain period of time, a certain length of time. Dot, D-O-T, as a noun, is a small mark. It's something you would make with a pen or pencil, with the point of a pen or pencil. You could make a little small round circle and fill it in. That would be a dot. You can make a dot. In fact, that's what you do when you write a period with a pen or a pencil. You make a little dot. You make a little small round circle that goes at the end of the sentence. And you make that with the point of a pen or a pencil. So now you can see the connection between point, period, and dot. Dot can also be used to describe a larger circle, but normally it's a small circle that you would write with a pen or a pencil. Dot is also used in talking about web addresses, and I think here the confusion comes in between period and dot. For whatever reason, in English, when we talk about a web address, we use the word dot instead of period. I think the reason is that period implies or usually refers to the end of a sentence. But in a web address, there's always something after that little dot, so you can't really call it a period. So our website address is eslpod.com, C-O-M. We would not say period because period would mean that's the end, and you're not going to say anything after that that's connected directly with what is before that. I'm just guessing, but I think that's probably why in web addresses we use the word dot. Or in email addresses. Our email address is eslpod@, and that stands for the @ sign, which is a little A with a circle around it. eslpod.com. When I defined point, I didn't mention the geometric definition, the definition we would use in geometry for a point and a line. There, the point is kind of like the idea of a dot, although mathematicians, I'm sure, would tell me I was wrong to define it that way. So point, at least in math and geometry, has some relationship to what we're talking about here when it comes to dots and periods. Our next question is also from Russia with love, I'm sure. Svetoslav. How do you like my pronunciation for Svyatoslav? I had to look that up on the internet. You know, you can just put in Google how to pronounce and then somebody's name, and there are a couple of websites that will give you the pronunciation of the name. Sometimes I do that, sometimes I forget. I apologize if I mispronounce your name here on the cafe. I will try to do better at that here in 2012. Anyway, our friend from Russia, we'll call him, wants to know the use of the word no. He wants to know about how we use no in expressions such as Where the Streets Have No Name, which is a song by the rock group U2, or another song, I Can't Get No Satisfaction by the Rolling Stones. Why do we say no satisfaction or no name? Well, this is a question that refers to the use of the word no as an adjective to mean not any. There are no reasons for you to be here. Another way of saying that is there does not exist any reason for you to be here. It's a negation of the noun that follows. There is no reason means there is not any reason. If you say the streets have no name, you mean that they don't have any names. The streets are nameless. In the Rolling Stones song, I Can't Get No Satisfaction, that's the line in the song. I think the song is just called Satisfaction. Anyway, there, it's a little different because the Stones are using informal English, where, as you probably know, sometimes people use two negatives in a sentence, and in most English sentences, you only have one negative word. So if you use the word no or not, and then you use another negative word again, it has the opposite meaning. Correct grammar would say, they can't get any satisfaction, or they can get no satisfaction. But the Rolling Stones, speaking informally in English, or singing informally in English, say, I can't get no. And you'll hear that used as an informal way of saying, I cannot get any, or I can get no satisfaction. So they're not getting any satisfaction, basically. The reason that people sometimes use the no in front of the noun as an adjective can sometimes be related to poetic use of the language, and songwriters are in some ways poets, so they might use an expression like the streets have no name, rather than saying there are no names for the streets, or the streets are nameless. All those things mean the same thing, but they don't quite sound as interesting as the U2 song or the Rolling Stones song. If you have a question, if you can't get no satisfaction about your English vocabulary, email us. Our email address is eslpod@eslpod.com. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on The English Cafe. ESL Podcast's English Cafe is written and produced by Dr. Jeff McQuillan and Dr. Lucy Say. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. You're listening to ESL Podcast's English Cafe, number 367. This is English as a Second Language Podcast, English Cafe, episode 367. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Visit our website at eslpod.com. Take a look at the ESL Podcast store with additional courses in English, as well as our ESL Podcast blog. You can also like us on Facebook at facebook.com/ESLPod. On this cafe, we're going to continue our series on American writers and authors, focusing on two journalists, Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein, who are best known for having written a book very important in the political life of the United States, All the President's Men. We're also going to continue our series on famous songs, talking about a popular song from the early part of the 20th century, Over There. And as always, we'll answer a few of your questions. Let's get started. We begin this cafe with a continuation of our series on American writers. Today we're going to talk about Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein. If you grew up as I did or were around in the 1970s, you will have heard of these two authors, if you were here in the United States, that is. The reason is that they were two journalists who investigated something called the Watergate Scandal. We talked about the Watergate Scandal back on English Cafe number 280 when I talked about President Richard Nixon. So I won't go into a lot of detail about it. You can go back and listen to Cafe 280. But those of you who aren't familiar with Watergate, I'll give you a little background. In 1972, the headquarters, the main office of one of our two major political parties, the Democratic Party, was located in a building in Washington, D.C. called the Watergate Building. Well, what happened was that President Nixon had sent some people to go into the Watergate building to break into, to go illegally into the offices of the Democratic National Committee, the headquarters of the Democrats, in order to get information that might be useful in his election campaign, to try to get some negative information about the Democratic Party. Investigators later found that President Nixon had been involved in this scandal and tried to cover it up, to cover up something is a two-word phrasal verb, meaning to hide what you have done. A lot of times politicians get in trouble, especially legal trouble, not necessarily for the things that they do, the bad things they do, but for covering it up, for lying about it, for saying that it wasn't true. This happened many, many times, has happened many, many times. President Clinton in the 1990s lied about some of his involvement with a young woman. This was the real problem, the legal problem. This happens, as I say, many times with politicians, where they try to lie about what happened. They try to cover it up. And that's what President Nixon tried to do. Eventually, in 1974, Nixon had to resign or stop being president. The two people who were considered most responsible for finding the truth about Watergate were these two reporters. Woodward and Bernstein were reporters for the Washington Post, which is the largest newspaper in Washington, D.C., our capital. They wrote a book about their investigation called All the President's Men, which was published in 1974, and describes what happened during the Watergate scandal. For example, it describes how they found out about recorded conversations that implicated Nixon. The word implicated, I-M-P-L-I-C-A-T-E-D, means involved in some sort of illegal or unethical way. When we say this implicates someone in a crime, we mean that it connects them, it relates them, it shows evidence of. Woodward and Bernstein found audio recordings, or learned about audio recordings, that President Nixon did in his own office, rather stupidly, one might say, to implicate him. The recordings implicated him in this cover-up. The book became famous and made Woodward and Bernstein heroes in the world of journalism. That is, many people, young college students, read their book, became inspired, thought, wow, this is wonderful what they're doing, and decided to become journalists themselves. The book was also famous because they described the person who had given them the information, but they didn't use the person's real name. Now, later, we found out who that person was just a few years ago. But in the book, the person was described simply by the name Deep Throat. This person, Deep Throat, was an informant. An informant, I-N-F-O-R-M-A-N-T, is someone who gives information secretly to someone else, someone who is giving you secret information about a political person or some government organization, or simply some information that you want to know that you can't get easily otherwise. Woodward and Bernstein's informant gave them information which they then published in the newspaper and later included in their book. It was only recently that we learned of the true identity of Deep Throat. The true identity means who that person actually was. It was kept secret for 30 years, but when we found out, it turns out that it was someone working for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, what we call the FBI, someone who was, in fact, one of the top leaders or directors of the FBI. Woodward and Bernstein decided, after they wrote their book, to make it into a movie. Actually, what happened was one of the most famous actors in the 1970s, Robert Redford, said he wanted to make the book into a movie, and he wanted to buy the film rights for the book. The film rights are the permissions that you get to make the book into a movie. So when you buy the film rights, you're saying, I'm going to use your story and make a movie out of that story. Robert Redford went on not only to buy the film rights, but to star in the movie in 1976. The movie was really about Woodward and Bernstein's investigation more than the actual Watergate scandal. It's a very exciting movie, partly because it is sort of a thriller. You're learning how they found out about the Watergate scandal. I read the book, All the President's Men, in 1975, the same year that it was published, and I also saw the movie a few years later. Robert Redford played Woodward, and another famous American actor, Dustin Hoffman, played Bernstein. If you haven't seen the movie, I think you'll enjoy it. Bernstein, after the fame of the book All the President's Men and the movie, Bernstein continued to write as a journalist. He wrote 5 other books in later years. Woodward worked for the newspaper, the Washington Post, and he's now an associate editor there. He's also written more than a dozen books about American politics. Bernstein and Woodward won a lot of awards for their work. In fact, the Washington Post won the highest award for a newspaper, the Pulitzer Prize, in 1973. Some people say that the book that Woodward and Bernstein wrote and their articles, their newspaper articles, were perhaps some of the best reporting in American history. They were working during what some people call the height of investigative journalism. The height, H-E-I-G-H-T, means the period when something is strongest or best. Investigative journalism is when newspaper reporters or television reporters go out and try to find the truth about something. Often it relates to government problems, government scandals, that sort of thing. There was a lot of investigative journalism in the 1970s, and Woodward and Bernstein were in part responsible for some of that because, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of journalists liked their work and decided to try to do something similar, to investigate politicians and governments in their own areas. So if you're interested in reading a good book or watching a good movie, I can definitely recommend All the President's Men. Let's turn to our next topic, which is also a continuation of one of our series, this time on famous American songs. Today we're going to talk about a song famous from the early part of the 20th century. It was a song from World War I, which the United States entered in 1917. But it was also a song sung during the Second World War in the 1940s. There are several versions of this song, several different sets of lyrics or words to the song. It was originally written by one of the greatest American composers of songs and music, George M. Cohan. He also wrote another famous song, which we talked about on an earlier cafe, Yankee Doodle Boy. We talked about that Actually, I think not on a cafe, on one of the ESL podcast blog posts a few years ago. The phrase "over there," which is the title of the song, is used to indicate where something is without being very specific. Where is it? Well, it's over there. You're not saying exactly. It's in that direction. You may even use your hand to point where you are indicating. Often it means a very long distance from where you are now. The United States didn't enter World War I, which was fought, of course, mostly in Europe, until 1917, although the war began back in 1914. The U.S., in its history, has tried to, at least in the early and mid-20th century, was trying to avoid getting involved in wars back in Europe. But in 1917, they did enter the war, just as they did in 1941 in World War II, a war that my own father fought in. But World War I is the topic primarily of this song. Cohen wrote the song to talk about how the United States was sending its troops, Troops, to the war. Troops are soldiers, the people, mostly men at this time, who were fighting in the war. It doesn't say where the troops are going. It says the troops are going over there. Of course, everyone knew that they meant Europe in the song. We'll start with the first verse or first section of the song, and then we'll explain a little bit of it, and then we'll sing the most famous part of the song, this part that repeats several times, called the chorus. Johnny, get your gun, get your gun, get your gun. Take it on the run, on the run, on the run. Hear them calling you and me, every son of liberty. Hurry right away, no delay, go today. Make your daddy glad to have had such a lad. Tell your sweetheart not to pine, to be proud her boy's in line. Let's start with the first line. Johnny, get your gun. Johnny is a pretty common name in American English, so this would be really any man listening to the song. To tell Johnny to get his gun and take it on the run would mean to take it and run with it very quickly. In the late 1930s, there was actually a novel called Johnny Got His Gun. It was an anti-war novel about World War I. But the song, of course, was encouraging men to sign up and go to war. Johnny, get your gun, take it on the run. Hear them calling, hear them saying loudly, you and me. In other words, people are calling you, they're asking you to come and be part of this war effort. Every son of liberty, 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 basically means here freedom. And of course, the idea is that if you join in the American efforts in Europe, you will be helping freedom, helping liberty. Hurry right away. Hurry up. Go quickly. No delay. To delay, delay, means to wait. But the song is saying, don't wait. Go today. Make your daddy glad. Your daddy, D-A-D-D-Y, is your dad, your father. So you're going to make your father proud. Your father is going to be proud of you, to think well of you. Make your daddy glad or happy to have had such a lad, L-A-D, A lad is a word, an informal word for a boy or a young man. So you're saying you will make your father proud that he has a son like you. Tell your sweetheart not to pine. Your sweetheart, one word, is your girlfriend. To pine, P-I-N-E, is to be very sad because you miss something, especially something you love. So you pine for your sweetheart. You think, oh, if only I could be with her. You miss her because you love her. Tell your sweetheart not to pine, meaning tell your girlfriend, don't miss you, to be proud instead that her boy's in line, meaning her boyfriend is out there fighting in the American Army. The purpose of the song, of course, is to get young American men to volunteer to go to Europe, in this case, over there, to fight in the war. The most famous part of the song is the chorus. That's the part that repeats several times. Let me sing that for you, and then we'll talk a little bit about the words for that. Over there, send the word over there. That the Yanks are coming, the drums rum-tumming everywhere. So prepare, say a prayer, send the word to beware. We'll be over, we're coming over, and we won't come back till it's over there. Over there. Send the word, meaning let the people know, in this case, the British and the French primarily, who were the American allies during World War I. Send the word, let them know, tell them that the Yanks are coming. A Yank, Y-A-N-K, is another word for an American. So tell them that the Yanks are coming. The Americans are going to come over to Europe. Finally, I'm sure the Allies thought. The Yanks are coming, the drums rum-tumming. Rum-tumming just means the drums are making a noise. Of course, armies, at least in the old days, often had drummers that would be in the front of the troops during the battles. The drums rum-tumming everywhere. So prepare, say a prayer, pray to God. Send the word to beware. In other words, send the word to the enemies that they should be careful, they should beware. We'll be over, we're coming over, we're going to Europe, and we won't come back, we won't return until it's over, until the war is done and we have won. The song, of course, is meant to be patriotic. It's meant to get Americans, many of whom did not want the United States involved in the European wars, to get those Americans to join up, to see this as part of their patriotic duty, their obligation to their country. It's a song that many American children, school children, learn, not because they want the children to take the same ideas as the song, but rather it's part of American history, that part of history in the early and mid-20th century. Now let's answer some of the questions that you have sent to us. Our first question comes from Qinye, Q-I-N-Y-E, in China. The question has to do with 4 words that are related: borrow, debit, lend, and loan. All four of these words are related to money and banking. Let's start with borrow, B-O-R-R-O-W. Borrow is a verb, which means that you are taking something from someone else, but you plan on giving it back to them. I might, for example, borrow your book. That means you give me your book, and I keep it, and then I give it back to you. When you go to a public library, you borrow a book. The library gives you the book, and you bring it back. The verb we use for the person who's giving the thing is lend, L-E-N-D. So I lend you my book. That means I give my book to you. You borrow my book. That means that you take the book from me. So the borrower is the person who is taking the money or the object. The lender, L-E-N-D-E-R, is the person who is lending or giving the book or the money or whatever it is. Sometimes in conversational English, you'll hear people use the word borrow when they mean lend. In the sentence, for example, could you borrow me your book? Well, what you really mean to say is, can you lend me your book? Or can I borrow your book? But you'll hear that often, the confusion between borrow and lend sometimes. Usually lend, however, is not confused with borrow. Not normally, anyway. The two other words, debit and loan, are somewhat different. A debit, D-E-B-I-T, as a noun, is the money that you owe someone. It might also be simply called a debt, D-E-B-T. Debit as a verb can mean usually to take money out of your bank. We have what are called ATM cards, ATM standing for automatic teller machine. And these are little cards you use to get money from a machine. You can also use these cards in most banks or from most banks to pay for something at a store if the store accepts debit cards. And what happens is the store takes the money right out of your bank account. It's different from a credit card. A credit card is a separate company, a separate bank that gives you the money to use, and then you have to pay it back. They lend you, in effect, the money that you have to give them back. A debit card is when the money is taken right out of your own bank. It isn't money you are borrowing from someone else. It is money you are taking from your own bank account. To loan, L-O-A-N, means the same as to lend, especially when we're talking about money, as a verb, that is. Loan can also be a noun, meaning the thing or the money that you lend someone. You can say, I'm going to loan you $50. I'm going to lend you $50. Those two things mean the same thing. How much was the loan? The loan was $50. Their loan is used as a noun. So thank you for that question from China. Our next question comes from Russia, from Nadia, N-A-D-I-A. Nadia wants to know how we use the words ago, A-G-O, and since, S-I-N-C-E. This is a good question because it's a common confusion for second language speakers of English. Ago means in the past. I went to the doctor 3 days ago. That means I went to the doctor 3 days in the past from now. So if today is the 10th and I went to the doctor 3 days ago, I went to the doctor on the 7th. Since means beginning at a certain moment in time in the past and continuing until now. I have been in the United States since 1963. Of course, that was the year I was born. I was born here. I've been in California since 1991. I've been here, 21 years or so. I started in 1991 here in California, and I have continued to live here since 1991. I arrived in California 21 years ago. I graduated from college 30 years ago in the past. Actually, that's not quite right. It was more like, 20 years ago, 25 years ago. I forget. So since is used when something starts in the past and continues. Ago just refers to some event that happened in the past and is finished. So notice in my example, I say, I came to California 21 years ago. I use the verb to come. I came and I was here. That's it. The action is finished. It's completed. I have been in California since 1991. I have been. That means that I have been physically in this place for those past 21 years. The problem comes when people try to use since and ago in the same sentence. Usually you cannot do that. At least it's not something a native speaker would do. You cannot say, I've been in New York since 5 years ago. No. You can say, I've been in New York since 2007. You can say, I came to New York. I arrived in New York in 2007. But you can't say since and ago. Since, remember, is a point starting in the past and continuing to the present. Ago is something that happened in the past and usually is completed or finished. How long have you been in the United States? I've been in the United States since July 25th. I've been in the United States for 2 weeks. There we don't use since or ago. I've been in the United States since 1994. When did you come to the United States? I came to the United States 10 days ago. I came to the United States 20 years ago. Notice the difference in the verbs we use and whether it's since or ago. Finally, Atushi, Atushi, in Japan, wants to know the difference between, I'm losing my voice, wants to know, just like a teenage boy. Anyway, Atushi wants to know the difference between ambivalence and conflict. Ambivalence, A-M-B-I-V-A-L-E-N-C-E, is when you're not sure about something. You're not sure if you like it or you don't like it, if you agree or you disagree. The adjective is ambivalent. You have some positive emotions, some negative emotions. You're not really sure which one you think is right. A conflict, C-O-N-F-L-I-C-T, as a noun, is a disagreement or an argument or perhaps even a fight between two people or two groups of people. You might describe the differences of opinions or difference of feelings that you have when you're ambivalent as being an internal conflict. It's used sort of as a metaphor to mean that your positive and negative emotions are kind of fighting against each other, and that's why you're not sure. You have an internal conflict inside of your brain or inside of yourself that causes you to be ambivalent, that causes you to be unsure. Normally, however, a conflict is something that happens between you and someone else or between two groups of people. It's not something that is normally associated with the word ambivalence, although, as I say, it could be. If you have a question, a problem, a phrase you don't know, email us. Our email address is eslpod@eslpod.com. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on The English Cafe. ESL Podcast's English Cafe is written and produced by Dr. Jeff McQuillan and Dr. Lucy Say. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. You're listening to ESL Podcast's English Cafe, number 368. This is English as a Second Language Podcast's English Cafe, episode 368. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. I'm going to continue singing that until someone gives me a better song to sing it with. Visit our website, by the way, at eslpod.com. Become a member, support this podcast, and get the learning guide for this and all of our recent episodes. On this cafe, we're going to continue our series on American presidents, focusing on the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. And as always, we'll answer a few of your questions. Let's get started. This cafe begins with a continuation of our series on American presidents. Today we're going to talk about the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. As some of you may know, Ronald Reagan came to fame, that is, he became famous originally as an actor. He was born in the state of Illinois in 1911. Illinois is located in the Midwest part of the United States. Reagan moved to Los Angeles as a young man after graduating from college. He moved here to pursue an acting career. To pursue, P-U-R-S-U-E, means to go after something, to try to get something. And Reagan wanted to become an actor. His best-known movies were probably Knute Rockne, An American. That was the name of the movie, about a famous football coach. He also made a movie called King's Row and Bedtime for Bonzo, all of which were made in the 1940s and the 1950s. Reagan was not just an actor, he was actually a leader of the actors in the Actors Union, what's called the Screen Actors Guild, G-U-I-L-D. The Screen Actors Guild is basically the union or the organization for actors and actresses. He also became a spokesperson for a large company called General Electric. A spokesperson or a spokesman is someone who often gives announcements about the company, but here it really means someone who appeared in commercials and advertisements for this company. The experiences that Reagan had at the Screen Actors Guild, which we call here in Los Angeles SAG, S-A-G, made him want to get involved in politics. Originally, Reagan was a member of the Democratic Party. Remember, there are two major political parties in the United States, the Democrats, who tend to be more liberal politically, and the Republicans, who tend to be more conservative. Originally, Reagan was a Democrat, but he became conservative during the 1950s, and he joined the Republican Party in 1962. He became famous in the political world 2 years later when, in 1964, he gave a very famous speech, a famous talk or address in support of the Republican presidential candidate in 1964, a very conservative man by the name of Barry Goldwater. As the result of that speech, he became more popular and more active in politics. It's often the case that a young politician will give a speech at one of the major political conventions that happen every 4 years. Every 4 years in the United States, we have a political convention, which is basically a big meeting of the Democrats in one place and the Republicans in another. And politicians give addresses, they give speeches in front of them. It's often the case that a young politician will be selected, and if they do a good job, they become famous. One example of that is Ronald Reagan in 1964. Another example would be Barack Obama, who in 2004 gave a speech as a young politician. People noticed him, and 4 years later, he was president. Well, Reagan had to wait a little longer before he became president. However, he only waited 2 years before he won an election. He became governor of this great state of California in 1966, and he was reelected. People voted for him again in 1970. The governor here, like the president of our country, is elected for a 4-year period. Reagan campaigned or got elected basically on a couple of different issues or a couple of different topics. One was he wanted to get the welfare bums back to work. Welfare, W-E-L-F-A-R-E, is nowadays a negative term. You're listening to ESL Podcast English Cafe, number 368. This is English as a Second Language Podcast English Cafe, episode 368. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. I'm going to continue singing that until someone gives me a better song to sing it with. Visit our website, by the way, at eslpod.com. Become a member, support this podcast, and get the learning guide for this and all of our recent episodes. On this cafe, we're going to continue our series on American presidents, focusing on the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. And as always, we'll answer a few of your questions. Let's get started. This cafe begins with a continuation of our series on American presidents. Today we're going to talk about the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. As some of you may know, Ronald Reagan came to fame, that is, he became famous originally as an actor. He was born in the state of Illinois in 1911. Illinois is located in the Midwest part of the United States. Reagan moved to Los Angeles as a young man after graduating from college. He moved here to pursue an acting career. To pursue, P-U-R-S-U-E, means to go after something, to try to get something. And Reagan wanted to become an actor. His best-known movies were probably Knute Rockne, An American. That was the name of the movie, about a famous football coach. He also made a movie called King's Row and Bedtime for Bonzo, all of which were made in the 1940s and the 1950s. Reagan was not just an actor, he was actually a leader of the actors in the Actors Union, what's called the Screen Actors Guild, G-U-I-L-D. The Screen Actors Guild is basically the union or the organization for actors and actresses. He also became a spokesperson for a large company called General Electric. A spokesperson or a spokesman is someone who often gives announcements about the company, but here it really means someone who appeared in commercials and advertisements for this company. The experiences that Reagan had at the Screen Actors Guild, which we call here in Los Angeles SAG, S-A-G, made him want to get involved in politics. Originally, Reagan was a member of the Democratic Party. Remember, there are two major political parties in the United States, the Democrats, who tend to be more liberal politically, and the Republicans, who tend to be more conservative. Originally, Reagan was a Democrat, but he became conservative during the 1950s, and he joined the Republican Party in 1960. You're listening to ESL Podcasts English Cafe, number 368. This is English as a Second Language Podcast, English Cafe, episode 368. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. I'm going to continue singing that until someone gives me a better song to sing it with. Visit our website, by the way, at eslpod.com. Become a member, support this podcast, and get the learning guide for this and all of our recent episodes. On this cafe, we're going to continue our series on American presidents, focusing on the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. And as always, we'll answer a few of your questions. Let's get started. This cafe begins with a continuation of our series on American presidents. Today we're going to talk about the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. As some of you may know, Ronald Reagan came to fame, that is, he became famous originally as an actor. He was born in the state of Illinois in 1911. Illinois is located in the Midwest part of the United States. Reagan moved to Los Angeles as a young man after graduating from college. He moved here to pursue an acting career. To pursue, P-U-R-S-U-E, means to go after something, to try to get something. And Reagan wanted to become an actor. His best-known movies were probably Knute Rockne, An American. That was the name of the movie, about a famous football coach. He also made a movie called King's Row and Bedtime for Bonzo, all of which were made in the 1940s and the 1950s. Reagan was not just an actor, he was actually a leader of the actors in the Actors Union, what's called the Screen Actors Guild, G-U-I-L-D. The Screen Actors Guild is basically the union or the organization for actors and actresses. He also became a spokesperson for a large company called General Electric. A spokesperson or a spokesman is someone who often gives announcements about the company, but here it really means someone who appeared in commercials and advertisements for this company. The experiences that Reagan had at the Screen Actors Guild, which we call here in Los Angeles SAG, S-A-G, made him want to get involved in politics. Originally, Reagan was a member of the Democratic Party. Remember, there are two major political parties in the United States, the Democrats, who tend to be more liberal politically, and the Republicans, who tend to be more conservative. Originally, Reagan was a Democrat, but he became conservative during the 1950s, and he joined the Republican Party in 1962. He became famous in the political world 2 years later when, in 1964, he gave a very famous speech, a famous talk or address in support of the Republican presidential candidate in 1964, a very conservative man by the name of Barry Goldwater. As the result of that speech, he became more popular and more active in politics. It's often the case that a young politician will give a speech at one of the major political conventions that happen every 4 years. Every 4 years in the United States, we have a political convention, which is basically a big meeting of the Democrats in one place and the Republicans in another. And politicians give addresses, they give speeches in front of them. It's often the case that a young politician will be selected, and if they do a good job, they become famous. One example of that is Ronald Reagan in 1964. Another example would be Barack Obama, who in 2004 gave a speech as a young politician. People noticed him, and 4 years later, he was president. Well, Reagan had to wait a little longer before he became president. However, he only waited 2 years before he won an election. He became governor of this great state of California in 1966, and he was reelected. People voted for him again in 1970. The governor here, like the president of our country, is elected for a 4-year period. Reagan campaigned or got elected basically on a couple of different issues or a couple of different topics. One was he wanted to get the welfare bums back to work. Welfare, W-E-L-F-A-R-E, is nowadays a negative term for programs that help poor people. And there were some people who felt that these programs were helping poor people, and they were helping them so much that they wouldn't want to go back and work. The word bums, B-U-M-S, is also a very negative way of describing someone who is lazy, someone who doesn't want to work, someone who isn't working. Reagan was trying to change the welfare programs, and that's one of the reasons why he was elected in California in 1966. You have to remember also that the 1960s in the United States, just like in other countries, was one where there was a lot of protests, a lot of people wanting political change, especially as it related here in the U.S. to the war in Southeast Asia, in Vietnam. And Reagan also wanted to stop people from protesting that war. He was successful as governor, however, and many people thought he did a good job. Not everyone, of course. But he was successful enough that he decided he wanted to become president. Reagan wrote a lot of articles and gave a lot of speeches for Republicans and for conservative politicians and conservative ideas. In 1976, he decided to run for the nomination, the Republican presidential nomination. Each party can have one person that represents that party in the main or general election in November. In 1976, the President of the United States was a man by the name of Gerald Ford. Ford had only been president for a few years. He became president after President Nixon, another Republican, had resigned from the presidency. We talked about that on an earlier cafe. Reagan tried to beat the incumbent president for the Republican nomination. Incumbent, I-N-C-U-M-B-E-N-T, is someone who is already in the office. So in 1980, the incumbent president was Jimmy Carter. In 1992, the incumbent president was George H.W. Bush. Reagan ran against or opposed Ford, the incumbent president. He lost in 1976, but many people knew about him and he became even more famous. It was a very close nomination election, by the way. The next time, in 1980, the next presidential election, Reagan easily won the Republican nomination. He ran against the incumbent president, as I mentioned earlier, Jimmy Carter, in 1980. In his campaign, Reagan emphasized lower taxes, smaller government, and a stronger national defense, a stronger army and navy. This is at the time when the U.S. and the Soviet Union were, of course, involved in what was called the Cold War, where they were opposing each other in different places and about different things. Reagan beat President Carter. In fact, he had what we could describe as a whopping victory over Carter. Whopping, W-H-O-P-P-I-N-G, is huge, large. Reagan won almost every state in the election, And 4 years later, when he ran for president again in 1984, he won 49 of the 50 states of the United States. So there's no question that Ronald Reagan was extremely popular in 1980 and 1984. Early in his presidency, Reagan was the victim of an assassination attempt. An assassination, ASSASSINATION, is when a political leader is murdered or killed. A man by the name of John Hinckley, Jr., shot President Reagan, but Reagan survived and continued on as president. We'll talk a little bit now about what Ronald Reagan became famous for, what Americans remember him for. The most important change that Reagan made was changes in the economic policy of the United States. He developed what was later called Reaganomics, which is a combination of the word Reagan and economics. Reagan believed in a set of economic ideas that were sometimes called supply-side economics. This is the idea that the best way to help the economy is to make the government smaller and lower the taxes. Reagan also adopted what we would call a laissez-faire approach to government. Laissez-faire is a French expression, LAISSEZ-FAIRE. In English, it means the government tries not to interfere with businesses, not to interfere with the economy, so that people can make their own decisions, and the idea is that will help the economy grow. Reagan was most famous during his term in terms of his economic policies for his tax cuts. A tax cut is when you lower the taxes. The taxes in the United States had become quite high during the 60s and 70s, and Reagan believed, as other economists believed, that these high taxes were hurting the economy, and so the taxes were cut. Some people believed that this was going to hurt those who were poor, and they called his economic policy trickle-down economics. To trickle, T-R-I-C-K-L-E, means to move very slowly, for liquid such as water, to move very slowly. So you may have some water and you spill it on a table, and then it begins to trickle onto the floor, to trickle down to the floor, meaning that the water starts to fall slowly over the edge of the table. Well, trickle-down economics was the idea, according to Reagan's critics, people who didn't like Reagan, that if you give the rich people a lot of money, eventually the poor people will get better too. This is, of course, not the way Reagan believed the economy worked, but that was one of the criticisms of his policies. A lot of Reagan's presidency was focused on reducing or rolling back, we might call it, the size of government, especially the kinds of programs, welfare programs that the government had, and Reagan, in fact, did make a lot of changes in those programs in the 1980s. Reagan also tried to reduce the amount of illegal drugs in what was called then a war on drugs. We pretty much lost that war in the 1980s. Reagan also was very influential because he was able to select several new Supreme Court justices. These are the highest level judges that we have in the United States. And he selected, among others, the first female, the first woman Supreme Court Justice, Sandra Day O'Connor. Reagan's presidencies brought many changes, not just in the economy, but also in the world, the way the United States conducted or carried out its foreign policy. Reagan increased the number of American troops and weapons. In 1983, he cooperated with a group of Caribbean nations in invading the country of Grenada. Reagan, however, is most famous for escalating the Cold War against the then Soviet Union. To escalate, E-S-C-A-L-A-T-E, means to increase suddenly and dramatically. The United States during the 1970s had a policy of what was called détente, another French word, D-E-T-E-N-T-E. And basically, détente was, well, we won't bother you if you don't bother us. Reagan, however, decided to increase the U.S. military and denounced or criticized communism and the Soviet system. At one point, he called the Soviet Union an evil empire. An empire, E-M-P-I-R-E, is a country that has control over many other countries. Conservatives were very happy with Reagan's change in foreign policy, and some people say it was partly responsible for the ending of the Soviet Union in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Other people think it was for other reasons that the Soviet Union came to an end. Certainly, the critics of Reagan, people who didn't like him, thought that he was basically warmongering. To warmonger, W-A-R-M-O-N-G-E-R, means that you are trying to make another country angry. You're trying to go to war with another country. But Reagan did not go to war directly with the Soviet Union. However, at the end of Reagan's presidency, beginning in the George H.W. Bush presidency, the Soviet Union did in fact fall apart. Again, not necessarily because of what Ronald Reagan did, though many conservative politicians believe that. After Reagan ended his presidency in 1989, he moved along with his wife back here to California, to Los Angeles. A few years later, in 1994, when Reagan was 83 years old, he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, a brain disease that affects your ability to think. There is no cure for Alzheimer's disease, and about 10 years later, in 2004, when Reagan was 93, he finally did pass away. That is, he finally did die and was buried. And now here in the Los Angeles area, there's a Ronald Reagan Presidential Library and Museum. It's north of Los Angeles, about an hour from where I am. You can go there and see the museum that was created all about Ronald Reagan and his presidency. People continue to debate Reagan and whether his presidency was a good thing or a bad thing. No one doubts, however, that Reagan's presidency was one of the most important, if not the most important presidency of the second part of the 20th century in the United States. Like Margaret Thatcher in Great Britain, he really changed the way Americans thought about politics and about economic and foreign policy. Of course, other people think that he was a terrible president and that he didn't help as much as he hurt. That's a question I can't really answer for you. That's a question for future historians, I guess. I grew up with the Reagan presidency. I graduated the year he became president, in 1981 and spent all of my college years when he was president. So I knew a lot about Reagan, and he was probably the first president I knew well by reading the news as an adult. Now let's answer some of the questions that you have sent to us. Our first question comes from Chihiro, Chihiro, in Japan. The question has to do with some suffixes. A suffix, suffix, are things that we attach at the end of a word that change the meaning of a word. The suffixes that Chihiro wants to know about are OR, ER, IAN, IST, and MAN. These are all letters that we can add at the end of a word that will change the word, although you can't add it just to any word, only a certain kinds of words. These particular suffixes are all used to change a word so that it describes a person who does that thing. Let's start with OR and ER. OR and ER are usually added to a verb to mean a person who does that thing. Someone who acts is called an actor, ACTOR. Someone who investigates is called an investigator. Someone who edits is called an editor, with an OR at the end of all of those. Someone who conducts is called a conductor. Some words, as I say, end in ER instead. Someone who teaches is a teacher, and that's an ER, not an OR. Someone who hunts is a hunter. That's ER, not OR. Is there a rule whether you should use OR or ER at the end of a verb to make it into a person? That's a very good question. The answer, of course, is no. Sorry. I wish it were that easy. A few more suffixes include IAN and IST. Like OR and ER, these are also added to words to make them into the person who does that thing. However, they are not used with verbs so much as they are with nouns. So you take a noun like history. History isn't a verb. You can't say, I'm going to history you. History is a noun. But if you want to talk about a person who studies history, we're not going to say history or history-er. We're going to use a different ending. And one of the two endings we could use is IAN or IST. However, with history, we say IAN at the end, historian. Common words that end in IAN would be vegetarian. This is someone who eats vegetables. The noun is vegetable, but it's changed into vegetarian to describe a person who only eats vegetables. A librarian is a person who works in a library, IAN. A humanitarian is someone who cares about humanity, about people. You can also add IST to a noun, but once again, there are different nouns where that is used. Science becomes scientist. Someone who conducts scientific experiments would be a scientist. SCIENTIST. We also have words like novelist, someone who writes novels. Notice that novel is a noun, and so we can't say OR or ER. The verb would be to write a novel, and we would make write into writer with an ER. But novel has to be novelist. Dentist, dermatologist, biologist, chemist. These are all additional examples of the ist suffix. Finally, you can also change a word to describe a person who does that thing or is related to that thing by adding man. So, for example, we would have policeman, fireman, chairman, postman. Nowadays, because some people think man only refers to a male rather than a female human, we change the man and we make it into person. So instead of spokesman, it's spokesperson. Instead of fireman, it's fireperson. Actually, we don't say fireperson. We probably would say firefighter. We've kind of invented new words. Notice fighter ends in an ER. It comes from the verb to fight. Taka, T-A-K-A, also from Japan, wants to know the difference between two verbs, to persuade and to convince. These two verbs mean similar things and are often used in the same places. Traditional grammar books make a distinction, say there's a difference between when you use one versus the other, though in common conversational English, I think the differences are beginning to disappear. But let's talk about the two verbs. Let's start with persuade, P-E-R-S-U-A-D-E. To persuade is a verb meaning to advise someone, to give someone advice in order to get them to do something. I'm trying to persuade my brother to go to Spain with me. I want my brother to come with me, and so I'm giving him reasons. I'm trying to change his opinion so that he will agree with me and do what I want him to do. That's to persuade. The verb to convince, in almost all cases, can be used the same way as persuade, to make someone believe something. Some people say that convince has more to do with using your reason, your intellect, your rational arguments to get someone to change their mind or to do something. Convince is usually also a little bit more related to doing an action versus just changing someone's mind, someone's opinion. Persuade, some people say, is more appropriate if you're talking about appealing to feelings, using emotions to change someone's mind about something. But in conversational English, and even in most written English, I don't really think you'll find much of a difference between the use of these two words, and so I wouldn't worry about it. The differences in meaning that are possible are very small, which is probably why people use them now interchangeably, that is, one for the other. Finally, on our all Japanese question section, Mitsuru, M-I-T-S-U-R-U, wants to know the meaning of the expression bring around or bring round. Bring around is a phrasal verb that means, interestingly enough, to persuade or convince someone who has a different idea about something, but you get them to think the way you want them to think. You bring them around. To bring someone around can also mean to bring someone with you, usually when you're visiting someone else. I'm going to bring my girlfriend around for dinner. I'm going to bring her to my parents' house for dinner. Or a parent might say to his or her son, "Oh, you have a girlfriend? Bring her around," meaning bring her over with you so we can meet her. If you have a question or comment, you can email us as a podcaster, ER, someone who podcasts. I'm happy to try to answer your questions. Our email address is eslpod@eslpod.com. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on The English Cafe. ESL Podcast's English Cafe is written and produced by Dr. Jeff McQuillan and Dr. Lucy Say. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. You're listening to ESL Podcast's English Cafe, number 369. This is English as a Second Language Podcast's English Cafe, episode 369. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Our website is eslpod.com. Become a member of ESL Podcast and get access to our learning guide, an 8 to 10 page guide that will help you improve your English as fast as possible. On this cafe, we're going to talk about what are called ghost towns in the United States. We're going to focus on one particular ghost town here in California called Bodie. We're also going to talk about dime novels and pulp magazines. And as always, we'll answer a few of your questions. Let's get started. This cafe begins with a discussion of ghost towns in what was known as the Wild West. Now, I talked about the Wild West back in English Cafe 231. Basically, it refers to the western part of the United States during a certain period in the 19th century, in the 1800s, where as the United States was growing and expanding, there were a lot of people living in areas where there wasn't any law. That is, there weren't any police officers. There weren't large towns or established police forces. And so there was a lot of, well, I guess we could say crazy things going on in the Wild West. There were a lot of men with guns because, of course, they needed to protect themselves against other men who might rob them. There was a lot of alcohol, and there were relatively few women. This is a very dangerous combination, of course: men, guns, alcohol, and not very many women. You've probably seen movies about the Wild West in the United States. In fact, we have a whole genre or a whole collection of movies in the U.S. called Westerns, and most of these Westerns are about the Wild West, which is basically the United States from, say, the middle of the country, say the Mississippi River, all the way out to the Pacific Ocean here in California. The Wild West had a lot of boom towns. A boom town, B-O-O-M-T-O-W-N, is a town that grew very fast. To boom means to grow quickly. And boom towns were towns that grew very quickly, where many, many people arrived in a very short amount of time. Usually this happened because people were trying to find gold, and someone would discover gold in a certain area, And of course, people want to get rich, so everyone started to go to that area to find gold for themselves. And this created what was called a boom town. Boom towns could be described as bustling. Bustling, B-U-S-T-L-I-N-G, means very busy. You could also describe a city like New York as being bustling, or Tokyo as being bustling. It's very busy. The boom towns were very much bustling towns back in the Wild West era, but many of them, after the gold went away, after there was no more gold, many of these boom towns very quickly were abandoned. People moved from those towns to another town. And what happened was these towns that were built to hold maybe 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 people or more suddenly only had a few thousand, maybe even a few hundred. And these abandoned towns were called ghost towns. A ghost is supposedly the spirit of a dead person. The idea is that there's nobody living in these towns anymore, just ghosts, just the spirits of dead people. Most of them had a few people living in the actual town, but the towns were basically empty and buildings were empty. We sometimes use this expression when you go to some place and there doesn't seem to be anybody there. A neighborhood, or if you went, for example, to a place where people go skiing in the winter, but you went in the summertime, there might be no one there. You might say it's like a ghost town. There's all these buildings, but there aren't any people. One of the best examples of a ghost town is here in California. We have several, but this is a place that you can actually go and still see the old buildings. It's a town called Bodie, B-O-D-I-E. Bodie is located in Northern California. It became a boom town in 1877 when gold was found there. The population exploded. That is, it increased rapidly, very quickly, as men came to seek their fortune. That expression, to seek, S-E-E-K, your fortune, F-O-R-T-U-N-E, means to try to become rich, to try to get a lot of money. To seek is to look for. There's a famous saying from the Bible, seek and ye shall find. Ye, Y-E, is an old way of saying you. Seek and you will find. If you look for it, you will find it. Well, people were seeking their fortunes. A fortune is a lot of money. And that's exactly what people wanted when they went to these boom towns. Bodie became a boom town very quickly. Almost 10,000 men and women moved to the town, mostly men. There were more than 60 saloons in the town. A saloon, S-A-L-O-O-N, is an old word for a bar. Someone may say, we're going to go down to the saloon. They're probably saying that to be funny. It's an old word for going to a bar, or rather an old word for a bar, a place where they serve alcoholic drinks. There was also a lot of prostitution in these boom towns, including Bodie. Prostitution is when usually women sell their sexual services, shall we say, for money. Boom towns also had a lot of murders. Bodie became known as one of the most dangerous towns in the United States. We might even call it one of the baddest towns. Normally, when we say something is the baddest, which isn't really a correct word, we should say the worst. But when we say something is baddest, we're talking about, in this case, the fact that there wasn't any law in this town, especially in towns like it in the Wild West. That's where you might hear that word baddest. The normal correct word would be bad, worse, worst, worst being the superlative. But baddest is an informal English word that we use to describe a place like Bodie that had no laws. We might also describe a person. There was a song back in the 70s, Bad, Bad Leroy Brown. Well, he's bad, bad Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town, badder than old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog. You see, Leroy Brown, the name of this man in the song, was considered the baddest man in the whole town, in the whole city. Baddest, once again, means someone who you wouldn't want to argue with because they don't respect the law. Leroy Brown was the baddest man in the whole damn town. Damn, of course, is a somewhat vulgar swear word. Badder than old King Kong. Notice also the use of the word in that song, badder, B-A-D-D-E-R. It should be worse than for the comparative, but instead we use badder informally. Leroy Brown was badder than King Kong. King Kong, of course, was the big, large, what was he, a gorilla? An ape? I think it was an ape in the movie King Kong back in the 1930s. Badder than old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog. A junkyard is a place where you bring old cars that don't work anymore. Junk is something that is like garbage. A junkyard is often protected by big dogs. Anyway, getting back to Bodie, we've been talking about Leroy Brown. Getting back to Bodie, Bodie was one of the baddest towns in the Wild West, for sure. But after Bodie boomed, it was abandoned only a few years later. In fact, in 1881, just 4 years after the big boom, people weren't able to find very much gold, and so they started leaving. By 1892, the town had even fewer people, and there was also a bad fire that destroyed many of the buildings. In 1932, there were still a few people left in Bodie, but another fire destroyed almost the entire town. However, about 5 or 10% of the buildings in Bodie were saved, and someone had the idea that we should take this old ghost town and protect it and make it into like a living museum or a museum. In fact, this is exactly what happened. Bodie became a California state park where people try to preserve it, to make sure that you can still go and see these old buildings, to give you an idea about what it was like in the Wild West. No one lives in Bodie anymore, but when you go there, you can look at the old buildings. You can look through the windows to see what the buildings look like. There is an old schoolhouse where kids went to school that's there. You can see other places in Bodie that show you what life was like in the 19th century in the United States in these Wild West towns. So if you have a chance to go to Bodie, again, it's in Northern California, closer to San Francisco than Los Angeles, you might be interested in experiencing a little of the Wild West, or at least what's left of it in this ghost town. Our next topic is dime novels and pulp magazines. A dime, D-I-M-E, is a coin in the United States. It's a coin worth 10 cents. When we talk about a dime novel, however, We're talking about a novel, a fictional book, that used to be sold for a dime. In other words, it was very cheap. It was very inexpensive. And as you can imagine, if you're selling a book for only a dime, the quality of the book might not be very high. Dime novels were very popular in the 19th and 20th century. We've been talking about the Wild West. Well, you could, at least in some of the cities of that time, buy these dime novels. Dime novels were popular. They were usually stories of adventure, of excitement, of romance. They were inexpensive ways for people to entertain themselves. The term dime novel is still used to describe books that are written very quickly, that are not of a very good quality, and that sell a lot of copies. But it isn't as popular a term anymore. Mostly we use it to describe these books that used to be actually sold for 10 cents back in the 19th and early 20th centuries. The other thing we're going to talk about today are pulp magazines. And pulp magazines go together in some way with these dime novels. They're magazines, but they often had stories of adventure or murder stories. And so they, like dime novels, were popular among people who didn't have a lot of money, but who wanted some cheap entertainment. The word pulp, P-U-L-P, is actually one of the things that you have when you make paper. You take wood and you make it soft and wet by crushing it. And one of the parts of the process of making paper is to have pulp. In this case, pulp refers to very cheap paper that was used to print these pulp magazines. You might have heard of the movie with John Travolta, Pulp Fiction. Well, Pulp Fiction refers to stories that were sold in these pulp magazines, these magazines that were made on very cheap paper that had not very high quality stories in them. A lot of dime novels and pulp magazines used what we might call sensationalism. That's a tough one to say. Sensationalism, S-E-N-S-A-T-I-O-N-A-L-I-S-M, are ways of telling stories that seem very exciting or perhaps even shocking, but not a very sophisticated or complicated or intellectual story. People with educations, people who had gone to school, often look down on dime novels. To look down on something here means to disapprove of it, to think that's not good enough for you. One of the first dime novels that was written was back in 1860 by a woman named Anne Stevens. It was called Maliaska, the Indian Wife of the White Hunter. The Indian or Native American wife of the white hunter. This, of course, was a common theme in literature during many parts of the United States' history. The notion of a white man marrying an Indian woman, or an Indian man marrying a white woman, that wasn't as common. But of course, as the United States grew and took over the land from the American Indians, the Native Americans, the indigenous people here in the North American continent, you had some cases of men and women marrying whites and Native Americans or Indians. This dime novel was, like most novels, part of a series. They would do one book and then another book about the same character and then another book. This particular book had 321 issues or 321 books in that series. Series books, of course, are wonderful for helping you improve your English and your language. because you get familiar with the characters, you know something about the story, and that makes the language easier to understand. This is true not just for people learning English as a second language, it's true for any language, learning your first language, which is one reason why series books are so popular among children and younger adults, as well as adults. Like other popular dime novels that followed or came after, the series by Anne Stevens had sensational stories about the frontier. The frontier, Frontier, refers to that same idea we talked about earlier of the Wild West, of the western part of the United States. There were other dime novelists who became famous and rich writing books like this about the frontier. George Monroe and Robert DeWitt were also popular, using a basic formula or a basic format for writing their popular stories. Dime novels became less popular by the end of the 19th century. We might say they fell out of popularity. To fall out of popularity means to become less popular, less famous, less well-known. People still bought these dime novels, however, and in fact, in the 1940s and 50s, they became popular again. People would go back and buy these old dime novels because they were cheap and they had these exciting stories. Pulp magazines that I mentioned earlier were also popular during the early 20th century. The most famous pulp magazine, or at least one of the first, was called Argosy Magazine, which was started in 1896. Then there was another magazine after that called The Popular Magazine in 1903. The pulp magazines had similar stories of detectives, of murder, of adventure, of romance. They had a lot of stories about the Wild West, what we can also call the Old West. Pulp magazines were most popular in the 20s and 30s. Remember, we're talking about an era where there was no television and there were very few movies, at least until the late 20s and early 30s. So people had other ways of entertaining themselves, such as by buying these dime novels and these pulp magazines. During World War II, pulp, the material used to make these magazines, became more expensive, and so a lot of magazine owners decided to stop using that particular format and also to start selling higher quality magazines. There was also a lot of competition beginning in the 1950s, after World War II, for people's entertainment attention. There was now movies and television, radio, of course. All of these things competed with pulp magazines and dime novels. There are still a few pulp magazines around, however. You can still buy some, at least in the year 2012 as we record this. Those magazines are usually about detective fiction or science fiction. Analog Science Fiction and Fact, and Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine are still published as pulp magazines. Now let's answer some of the questions that you have sent to us. Our first question comes from Jiyeon, Jiyeon, in Korea. The question has to do with three words: kidding, joking, and teasing. All of these words have similar meanings, but there are some differences. Let's start with kidding, Kidding. When you say you are kidding, to kid, Kid, as a verb, means that you are joking, that you're not really serious. I was just kidding. We often say this when maybe we've said something that someone hasn't liked or that has made them angry, and we just wanted to tell a joke, or at least we want to make it seem now that we were telling a joke because the person is now angry. We say, oh, I'm sorry, I was just kidding. Or, I'm just kidding, I don't want you to give me $1 million. Or, oh, I'm just kidding, you can keep your girlfriend. You don't have to give her to me, I was just kidding. Joking is from the verb to joke, which once again means to not be serious, but it has an additional meaning of trying to make someone laugh. If you are kidding, you are not serious. You're trying to be funny, but really it means more not serious than it means funny. Whereas joking always means that you're trying to make the person laugh. Teasing comes from the verb to tease, T-E-A-S-E, means to make a joke about someone, but in a funny way. You're criticizing the person, you're saying something perhaps somewhat negative about them, but you want to do it in a way that seems funny, even if the person doesn't think it's funny. Teasing can often be done to try to get someone angry. So you may be saying something to someone that everyone else thinks funny, but the person himself doesn't particularly like. That would also be teasing. These words, as I say, are similar, but they have some different meanings associated with them. Joking is probably perhaps the most friendly or innocent of these words. There's usually nothing wrong with joking unless you're doing it at a time when you shouldn't be telling jokes. Kidding, as I said, is used sometimes to mean joking, but it's often used when you've said something that you probably shouldn't say, and you want to let the other person know that you're not serious. Teasing is usually a negative word. It means that you are perhaps a little mean in the comment that you made about another person. You're definitely criticizing them. Our next question comes from Dina, D-E-E-N-A, in Iraq. Dina wants to know the difference between a TV or television series and a TV show. A TV series, S-E-R-I-E-S, is a group of individual television shows, what we might also call television episodes. So, for example, a popular television series might be Friends, or ER, or Seinfeld, or The Family Guy, or The Simpsons. These have all been popular American television series. There's not just one 30 or 60-minute show or episode. There are several together, and usually they're related. Lost is another example of a popular American television series. Just one of those episodes would be called a show. So that's the difference between a TV series and a show. However, in informal conversation, people will sometimes refer to a series as a show when they're talking about it in general. They may say, oh, I'm not watching any good shows on television. There's a show I like to watch called The Simpsons. They mean a series, but we use the word sometimes to refer to both an individual episode as well as the episodes together, that is, as a series. Our final question comes from France, from Jean-Luc, Jean-Luc. The question has to do with a word that I use a lot, phrase, P-H-R-A-S-E. Jean-Luc points out that I use it many times in these episodes, but that he's completely lost because phrase, at least a word that is similar to phrase in French, means sentence. Well, in English, when we use the word phrase, when I use the word phrase, we're usually referring to 2 or 3 words, perhaps more, that go together in a sentence to create some sort of meaning. I may also sometimes use the word expression. There's a phrase we use. There's an expression we use. It's sometimes just part of a sentence, and usually that's what it means, just 2 or 3 words in a longer sentence. It could be longer than that. If I'm using the term in a grammatical way, which I don't normally, a phrase could be something like a prepositional phrase, where you have a preposition followed by several other words. But normally when I use the word phrase here in the podcast, I'm talking about a few words that go together that mean something when you put them together. You'll often hear me say a 2-word phrasal verb. Well, phrasal, P-H-R-A-S-A-L, comes from phrase. It means that you put those 2 words together and they have a certain meaning. When I use the word, it normally does not mean a complete sentence, but part of a sentence where the words together have a certain meaning that we can describe together rather than each individual word being defined separately. If you have a question or comment, you can email us. Our email address is eslpod@eslpod.com. I'm not kidding when I say we get dozens of questions each week. We won't have time to answer all of them, but we'll do our best. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on The English Cafe. ESL Podcast's English Cafe is written and produced by Dr. Jeff McQuillan and Dr. Lucy Say. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language podcast, number 807. Getting an Unexpected Marriage Proposal. This is English as a Second Language podcast, episode 807. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Our website is eslpod.com. Go there and take a look at some of our special business and daily English courses. I think you might enjoy them. This episode is a dialogue between Sean and Ayako about someone making an offer, a proposal of marriage to another person who, I guess, doesn't expect it. Let's get started. By now, I think you know how I feel about you. I'm madly in love with you, and I believe in my heart of hearts that you're my soulmate.
That's really sweet of you to say.
And because I feel the way I do, I would like to ask you a very important question.
Okay. But why are you getting down on one knee?
Ayako, would you marry me?
Marry you? Is this a marriage proposal?
Yes. And before you say anything else, I just want you to know that I've given this a lot of thought, and I'm convinced that we're made for each other.
I don't think...
And you just have to say the word, and we could elope tomorrow if you wanted to.
Elope?
Or, if you prefer, we can have a lavish wedding. I'm not picky. I just want us to be husband and wife.
Sean, you're a really nice guy, but don't you think you might be jumping the gun?
No. You know what they say. When it's right, it's right.
We've only been on 2 dates.
Yes, but they have been the best 2 dates of my life. Sean begins by saying to Ayako, by now, by this point in time, I think you know how I feel about you. I'm madly in love with you. To be in love with someone means that you feel a strong romantic connection, in this case. To be madly in love means to be very much in love, to have very strong romantic feelings toward another person. I'm madly in love with you. And, Sean continues, I believe in my heart of hearts that you are my soulmate, that you're my soulmate. In my heart of hearts is a phrase we use when you are saying something that you believe in very much, that you know is true. In my heart of hearts, what I really believe, what I really think, is what Sean is saying here. He really believes that Ayako is his soul mate. A soul, S-O-U-L, mate, M-A-T-E, is a person that has all of the qualities and characteristics for a romantic partner, for the perfect romantic partner, someone who you could spend the rest of your life with, who understands the world the way you understand the world, even if you're crazy. Ayako says, that's really sweet of you to say. Sweet, S-W-E-E-T, here means nice, kind. It's not a very strong word, however. When you say, oh, that's very sweet of him, you mean it's nice of him, it's kind of him. It's definitely a positive thing to say about someone, but perhaps not what you would say when someone says that you are his or her soulmate. Sean says, continuing on, and because I feel the way I do, because I have these thoughts, these beliefs, these feelings, I would like to ask you a very important question. Ayako says, okay, but why are you getting down on one knee? The expression to get down on one knee means to bend one knee and let the other knee of your leg go down against the ground. That's the traditional pose or the traditional position that a man uses to ask a woman to marry him. To get down on one knee means to ask someone to marry you. And traditionally, that's what a man would do in asking a woman to marry him. Sean says, Ayako, would you marry me? Would you become my wife? Ayako says, "Marry you?" She's quite surprised, shocked even. Is this a marriage proposal? A marriage proposal is a request from one person, usually the man, traditionally, to marry a woman. So Ayako is asking, quite surprisedly, if Sean is proposing to marry her. Sean says yes. And before you say anything else, I just want you to know that I've given this a lot of thought. I've thought about it a lot. I've been thinking about it. And I'm convinced, I know for sure, that we're made for each other. We are made for each other. To be made for each other is sort of like having a soulmate. When you are saying that this other person in this romantic relationship is perfect for you, that you each have the characteristics that match, that go together, and that make you a perfect romantic couple. There, of course, is no such thing as a perfect romantic couple, but many people do believe that their husband or wife was made for them, meaning they're perfect for them. Ayako says, I don't think. Sean interrupts her and says, and you just have to say the word, and we could elope tomorrow if you wanted to. The expression to say the word means indicate that you want to do something or the time that you want something done. You say the word and I will take you to Venice Beach and we will go swimming. That means whenever you want to, you just tell me and I will do it. That's what Sean is saying here to our poor Ayako. Sean says, we could elope tomorrow. To elope, E-L-O-P-E, means to go and get married in secret. You don't tell any of your family or your friends. You just go somewhere. Here in the United States, people often go to Las Vegas because it's easy, I guess, to get married there. They have lots of places to get married. And you get married without telling any of your friends and family. That is to elope. Sean is saying that if Ayako wants to, they can go and get married today, tomorrow. They could elope suddenly without having any sort of wedding or celebration. Ayako says, elope. Sean says, or if you prefer, if you want, we can have a lavish wedding. He's saying, okay, well, if you don't want to elope, we can also have a very expensive, fancy, elegant wedding ceremony. That's what lavish means, something that usually costs a lot of money. I'm not picky, Sean says, meaning it doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to be mad one way or the other. He can do whatever Ayako wants. I just want us to be husband and wife, to be married. Ayako says, Sean, you're a really nice guy, but don't you think you might be jumping the gun? To jump the gun means to do something too soon, before it's the right time. To do something perhaps before something is completed. So if you invite everyone to a party and you haven't asked your husband or wife if they can come over to your house, you've probably jumped the gun. You've done something that you should have waited to do until you were sure of or certain of other things. The expression probably comes from track, that is, when people race to see who's fastest. Usually the race begins by shooting a gun in the air. To jump the gun means to start running before the gun fires. And you, of course, can't do that. That's the whole point of having the gun, so everyone starts at the same time. Anyway, back to our story. Ayako thinks that Sean is jumping the gun. Sean says no. You know what they say. When it's right, it's right. This is a phrase that Sean uses to defend his decision. He's saying that when it's the right time, you just have to do it, and now is the right time. Ayako says, we've only been on 2 dates, meaning they've only gone out romantically somewhere as a couple or gotten together twice. 2 dates. A date is a romantic appointment, dinner and a movie, that sort of thing. Sean says yes, but they have been the best 2 dates of my life. Well, even if they were the best 2 dates of his life, we would probably agree that Sean is jumping the gun in asking this woman to marry him. By now, I think you know how I feel about you. I'm madly in love with you, and I believe in my heart of hearts that you're my soulmate.
That's really sweet of you to say.
And because I feel the way I do, I would like to ask you a very important question.
Okay, but why are you getting down on one knee?
Ayako, would you marry me?
Marry you? Is this a marriage proposal?
Yes, and before you say anything else, I just want you to know that I've given this a lot of thought, and I'm convinced that we're made for each other.
I don't think...
And you just have to say the word and we could elope tomorrow, if you wanted to.
Elope?
Or, if you prefer, we can have a lavish wedding. I'm not picky. I just want us to be husband and wife.
Sean, you're a really nice guy, but don't you think you might be jumping the gun?
No. You know what they say. When it's right, it's right.
We've only been on 2 dates.
Yes, but they have been the best 2 dates of my life. I know in my heart of hearts that Lucy Say, our scriptwriter, is one of the best at what she does. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Say, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language podcast, number 808, Asking for Time Off. This is English as a Second Language podcast, number 808. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. This episode, like all of our episodes, has a learning guide, and that learning guide can be found on our website, eslpod.com. Go there, become a member, and download the learning guide. This episode is a dialogue between Johnny and Francesca about asking for time off, time where you don't have to work. Let's get started. I just found out that the manager is letting Neil take Friday off. I asked him 2 days ago for Friday off, and he turned me down.
Neil's wife is pregnant, so maybe he needs time off to go with her to a doctor's visit or something.
That's so messed up. I asked first, so I should have been given permission instead of Neil. I think the manager has it in for me.
I don't think that's the case. Maybe next time, if you ask a couple of weeks in advance, he'll say yes. Neil does have seniority, you know.
Neil is always going to have seniority over me, and I'm always going to get screwed.
Don't get a chip on your shoulder about this. Neil put in his years and earned his seniority fair and square. When you've worked here 18 years, you'll get priority over newer hires.
If I'm still in this job in 17 years, shoot me. Johnny begins by saying to Francesca, I just learned that the manager is letting or allowing Neil to take Friday off. To take a day off or to take a week off or a month off. Here is a phrasal verb meaning not to go to work on that day or for that week or for that month. I'm going to take the afternoon off. That means I'm not going to work after lunch. And maybe I won't work before lunch either. I don't know. That's what we mean by to take something off. That same phrasal verb, to take off, can also mean to remove your clothing. I'm going to take off my shirt. Not really, not in front of the microphone here. So to take off means to remove something you are wearing. To take off can also be used for a plane that leaves the ground. What time does the plane take off? What time does it leave? In this dialogue, though, to take off means simply to not go to work. Johnny says, I asked him, the manager, 2 days ago for Friday off, and he turned me down. To turn down someone, or to turn someone down, is another phrasal verb that means to say no to something someone has asked you to do or that someone has asked you for. I'm going to turn down his request for a vacation next week. I'm going to say no. To turn down is usually a verb we use when someone has authority over you, when they're higher up, have a higher position than you, and usually in a somewhat more formal situation. But you could have a parent turn down their son's request for the car on Friday night. It's possible to say that as well. Francesca says Neil's wife, Neil is the one who is getting Friday off, is pregnant. So maybe he needs time off to go with her to a doctor's visit or something. Time off is a period of time when you are not working, when you do not have to go to work. So you could say to your boss, I need some time off this afternoon. And your boss might say, okay, take this afternoon off. Time off is a noun, and to take off, of course, is a verb. Johnny says, that's so messed up. The expression to be messed, M-E-S-S-E-D, up, is sort of an informal expression to mean it's not fair or it's not right. Sometimes perhaps it's just simply confusing. Here Johnny means it's not fair, it's not right. He says, I asked first, so I should have been given permission instead of Neil. I should have been given permission. When we say you should have been something, that means that it didn't actually happen, but you think that in a perfect world, it should have happened. Permission is authorization. It's when someone in authority, your boss, a parent, a teacher, says, okay, you can do that. It is saying it's all right for you to do something. Johnny says, I think the manager has it in for me. To have it in for someone means you want to do something to someone that will make their life miserable or difficult because you dislike this person. Students often think their teachers are mean, are not nice, that they have it in for them, that they're trying to purposely make their life difficult. Francesca says, I don't think that's the case. The case, C-A-S-E, here means the situation or the circumstances, the way something is. I don't think that's the case. Means I don't think that's what is actually going on here. I don't think that is really the situation. Francesca says maybe next time, if you ask a couple of weeks in advance, he'll say yes. To do something in advance means before something else happens, ahead of time, before perhaps other people do it or before something else is supposed to happen. For example, nowadays in the United States, you can buy your movie tickets in advance. So let's say I want to go see a movie this Friday night with my wife. And I decide, it might be very busy. Sometimes it's so busy you go to the movie theater and there are no more tickets left. So I'm going to buy them in advance. I'm going to go on the internet and I'm going to buy the tickets today for a movie we're going to see on Friday. That's just an example. I'm not actually taking my wife to a movie on Friday. I really don't like going to see movies in movie theaters. I don't know if I've ever told you that, but all the people and they're talking on their cell phones and I would rather just watch a movie on my television, honestly. So that's me. Anyway, Francesca says, Neil does have seniority, you know. Seniority, S-E-N-I-O-R-I-T-Y, means that you usually have been at the company for a longer time. I've been working for the company for 10 years. You've been working for the company for 1 year. I have seniority over you, we might say. I have been with the company longer. And usually at a company or an organization, that means that you have perhaps more power or more influence than people who are younger than you, or not younger in age, but have been at the company fewer years than you have. Johnny says, Neil is always going to have seniority over me, and I'm always going to get screwed. To get screwed, S-C-R-E-W-E-D, means that someone treats you unfairly, that you get a bad result, that someone does something bad to you. Screwed is a very strong word. It's an informal term. Many people would probably consider it still a little vulgar, a little dirty. So you definitely don't want to use this with anyone other than your family. I usually don't use this word. It's a pretty strong word. It's definitely not something to use with your children or with your boss or with anyone that you're not very close friends with. Francesca says, don't get a chip on your shoulder about this. To get or have a chip, C-H-I-P, on your shoulder, S-H-O-U-L-D-E-R, means to continue to think about something bad or unfair that has happened to you in the past, and it still affects you in a negative way. Someone was not nice to you 2 months ago, and so every time you see that person, you're sort of angry with them, you're not very nice with them. Some people might say you have a chip on your shoulder because that person wasn't nice to you. Francesca says, Neil put in his years and earned his seniority fair and square. To put in your years means to do something for a long period of time in order to get some sort of benefit, some sort of advantage. Fair and square means in an honest, fair way, in a truthful way, not trying to trick anyone, not trying to do anything that would be considered cheating or untruthful. Francesca says, when you've worked here 18 years, you'll get priority over new hires. Priority means that something is more important than other things or than something else. If you say this has priority over that, you mean that this is more important than that. So when Francesca says that Johnny will have priority over someone, she means that, just like Neil, he will have seniority over them and therefore get things before they do. Francesca says Johnny will have priority over new hires, H-I-R-E-S. A hire is a person who is given a job. So a new hire is someone who has recently been given a job in your company or organization. Johnny says, if I'm still in this job in 17 years, shoot me. If I'm still in this job means if I'm still working here at this same job in 17 years, Johnny says, shoot me. Shoot me literally means you're asking someone to kill you, to take a gun and point it at you and shoot you. But we use this expression jokingly, sarcastically perhaps, when there's some very unpleasant situation that you are in, something very undesirable. So let's say I lose my job and my cat died. Well, that's not a bad thing, but let's say my cat died and I'm sad. And I lost my job, and I don't have any money. And I'm telling all this to a friend of mine, and I say to my friend, oh, well, just shoot me. Meaning, just kill me because my life is so difficult. But we don't mean it seriously. Now let's listen to the dialogue, this time at a normal speed. I just found out that the manager is letting Neil take Friday off. I asked him 2 days ago for Friday off, and he turned me down.
Neil's wife is pregnant, so maybe he needs time off to go with her to a doctor's visit or something.
That's so messed up. I asked first, so I should have been given permission instead of Neil. I think the manager has it in for me.
I don't think that's the case. Maybe next time, if you ask a couple of weeks in advance, he'll say yes. Neil does have seniority, you know.
Neil is always going to have seniority over me, and I'm always going to get screwed.
Don't get a chip on your shoulder about this. Neil put in his years and earned his seniority fair and square. When you've worked here 18 years, you'll get priority over newer hires.
If I'm still in this job in 17 years, shoot me. I don't invent or make up these scripts as I'm recording. They're all written in advance by our wonderful scriptwriter, Dr. Lucy Tse. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Tse, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language podcast, number 809. A weather forecast. This is English as a Second Language podcast, episode 809. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California, home of Hollywood, home of the stars, home of ESL Podcast, of course. If you would like to really improve your English, I suggest you become a member of ESL Podcast and download one of our learning guides. The learning guides contain a complete transcript of everything we say, and by we, I mean I, say on this episode, as well as lots of other things to help you improve your English. Go to eslpod.com and take a look. This episode is a dialogue between Colleen and Jerry about predicting the weather. Let's get started.
Shh. I want to hear the weather forecast for this week.
What's so important about this week?
Shh.
Tomorrow, this warm front will move out, and a cold front will move in, bringing with it windy conditions with a chance of thunderstorms.
Yay!
On Tuesday, things will clear up in the morning, and we'll have sunny skies.
Ugh.
But it will be chilly in the afternoon, and the skies will be overcast. There'll be a chance of precipitation in the evening with very high levels of humidity.
Yay!
On Friday, the temperature will drop sharply, and we'll be lucky if we reach 20 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
What was all that about?
If the weather is nice this weekend, my in-laws plan to drive up to spend a few days at our house.
Oh, I see. Colleen and Jerry are listening to the radio. Colleen says to Jerry, "Shh." This is when you want someone to be quiet, of course. You go, "Shh." I want to hear the weather forecast for this week. The weather forecast is a prediction about what the weather will be like tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after that, the entire week, usually for maybe 5 to 7 days in advance. Jerry says, what's so important about this week? But Colleen doesn't answer him. She just says, shh, telling him to be quiet, to stop talking. My wife does that to me a lot, too. Maybe I'm talking too much. No, can't be possible. The radio announcer says, tomorrow, this warm front will move out, and a cold front will move in. A warm front, F-R-O-N-T, is a large area of warm air that moves toward another area with cold air. So when we're talking about the weather, a warm front would bring warmer temperatures to where you are living. A cold front is the opposite. A cold front is a large amount of cold air that moves into a certain area or place. The radio announcer says that the cold front is moving in. In other words, that's what's coming in the future. The warm front is moving out. It's going away. This means the temperatures will be colder. It also means, the radio announcer says, that there will be windy conditions with a chance of thunderstorms. Windy, W-I-N-D-Y, is when the air moves very quickly, when the air moves at very high speeds. Thunderstorms is a weather event where there are lots of dark clouds and rain and lightning, which are flashes of light in the sky, and thunder. Thunder is that low noise that you hear after you see the lightning. That's a thunderstorm. Where I grew up in Minnesota, there are lots of thunderstorms in the summertime. In fact, I was back visiting not too long ago, and there was a thunderstorm the first day I came. Maybe they were trying to tell me something, like I shouldn't go back to Minnesota to visit. I don't know. Colleen, after hearing the radio announcer's forecast, says, yay! She's happy, which is kind of strange that you're happy if there's going to be thunderstorms. The radio announcer continues, on Tuesday, things will clear up in the morning and we'll have sunny skies. To clear up is a two-word phrasal verb that here means for the clouds to go away. So instead of having clouds in the sky, it becomes sunny. Normally that would be a good thing. Sunny is when you have lots of sunshine, when you can see the sun. But Colleen says, she seems disappointed at this news. Again, a little strange. The radio announcer continues, but it will be chilly in the afternoon, and the skies will be overcast. Chilly, C-H-I-L-L-Y, is an adjective meaning cool or cold, not warm. It's a little chilly outside. Usually means it's not cold. It's not so cold you're going to freeze, but you might need a jacket or a sweater, something to keep you warm. Chile, C-H-I-L-E, is, well, it's a country in South America, and Chile, C-H-I-L-I, is a food that you can eat. You can eat chili in Chile. We used to say stuff like that when we were kids. Same pronunciation, 3 different spellings. Isn't English wonderful? The radio announcer continues that the skies will be overcast. Overcast, O-V-E-R-C-A-S-T, means there are lots of clouds in the sky, usually gray clouds. It's not sunny. It's not thunderstorms. It's not raining usually. But when we say it's overcast, we mean it's cloudy. There isn't a lot of sunshine. The announcer says there'll be a chance of precipitation in the evening with very high levels of humidity. Precipitation is just another word for liquid coming from the sky, either rain or snow or some sort of liquid that is falling out of the clouds. That's precipitation. In the United States, when you are listening to a weather forecast, they may talk about how much precipitation there was, and that will be measured in inches. So they might say, we had an inch of rain last night. That means that if you put a little glass outside and you let the water fall in it, there would have been approximately 1 inch of water that would have fallen. That's how we measure precipitation in English. Well, in the United States, we use inches, of course. The announcer also says there's going to be high levels or a lot of humidity. Humidity, H-U-M-I-D-I-T-Y, is a way of measuring the water that's in the air before it comes to the ground. It's really an expression of what we call water vapor in the air. If it's very humid out, for example, you're in Florida in the summertime or in the Caribbean or by the ocean and it's very hot, there's often a lot of humidity. It feels like there's water in the air even when it's not raining. Colleen is happy with the forecast of precipitation and high humidity. The radio announcer then continues, on Friday, the temperature will drop sharply and we'll be lucky if we reach 20 degrees. The temperature, of course, is a measurement of how hot or cold something is. In the United States, we use the Fahrenheit scale. In most other places in the world, the Celsius scale is used. When we say something will drop, we mean it will decrease. Sharply means suddenly and dramatically, a long way. When we say the temperature will drop sharply, we mean it may be 50 degrees this morning, and then this afternoon it will be only 30 degrees or 20 degrees. That would be to drop sharply. Sharply has a couple of other meanings in English. Take a look at our learning guide for those. The announcer says we'll be lucky if we reach 20 degrees. To reach means for the temperature to get up to a certain point. In this case, 20 degrees. Degrees, of course, is the way that we measure, the unit that we measure and express temperature, both in Fahrenheit and Celsius. Colleen again is happy. She says, oh yeah. Jerry says, what was all that about? Why were you getting happy, basically, when the weather was going to be bad, or the forecast said it was going to be bad? Colleen says, if the weather is nice this weekend, my in-laws plan to drive up to spend a few days at our house. My in-laws are either your father-in-law or your mother-in-law, usually both of them. They're the father and mother of your husband or your wife, the parents of your spouse. So if you're married, you have in-laws. You have a father-in-law and a mother-in-law. I have a father-in-law and a mother-in-law. My wife has a father-in-law and a mother-in-law. Those are my parents. And of course, my in-laws are her parents. I could make a lot of jokes about in-laws at this point, but I won't. Now let's listen to the dialogue, this time at a normal speed.
Shh. I want to hear the weather forecast for this week.
What's so important about this week?
Shh.
Tomorrow, this warm front will move out and a cold front will move in, bringing with it windy conditions with a chance of thunderstorms.
Yeah.
On Tuesday, things will clear up in the morning and we'll have sunny skies.
Ugh.
But it will be chilly in the afternoon and the skies will be overcast. There'll be a chance of precipitation in the evening with very high levels of humidity.
Yeah.
On Friday, the temperatures will drop sharply and we'll be lucky if we reach 20 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
What was all that about?
If the weather is nice this weekend, my in-laws plan to drive up to spend a few days at our house.
Oh, I see. From sunny Southern California, we have our wonderful scriptwriter to thank for our wonderful scripts. Thank you, Dr. Lucy Say. From sunny Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language Podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Say, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language Podcast, number 810, Switching Cell Phone Plans. This is English as a Second Language Podcast, episode 810. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Our website is eslpod.com. Just 6 letters, ESLPOD. Well, a dot and then COM, of course. Go there, become a member, download the learning guide, and improve your English as fast as possible. This episode is a dialogue about cell phone. These are cellular or mobile phones. We're talking about the plans that you get from the phone company. Let's get started. I need a new cell phone plan. These roaming and overage charges are killing me.
I thought you had a good calling, messaging, and data plan.
I do, but I'm still going over each month.
Have you thought about a prepaid plan? You'll never be charged extra.
That's not an option. I think I need an unlimited plan.
Okay, but I don't understand. Why do you have roaming charges? Doesn't your carrier have good coverage all over the country?
I've been taking trips to Mexico to see my new girlfriend, and the coverage doesn't extend to Mexico.
Oh, I see. And the overage charges?
When you're in a long-distance relationship, you have to do a lot of calling and texting, not to mention updating social media websites to stay in touch. I keep exceeding my allotted 5,000 minutes of calling time and 100 megabytes of data.
What? To exceed that, you'd have to be on the phone all the time.
Not all the time, but I'm talking to her now. Do you want to say hi?
You've been on the phone with her the entire time we've been having this conversation?
How else can we keep up on everything that's going on in each other's lives? Paul begins by saying to Shauna, I need a new cell phone plan, an agreement that you sign with a telephone company about how much you're going to pay for your cell phone service. Paul says these roaming and overage charges are killing me. Roaming, R-O-A-M-I-N-G, refers to using your cell phone outside of the normal area where the cell phone company provides a connection to its telephone network. So if I have a phone here in Los Angeles from a certain company, and then I go to a different city, and let's say my cell phone company doesn't have any of its equipment in that city, I could still use my cell phone, but I would have roaming charges. I would have to be paying for the service that I'm using in that city because it wasn't from my company. Overage charges is money that you have to pay because you used more minutes than are in your plan. Most cell phone plans in the United States give you so many minutes a month. Let's say it's 500 minutes or 250 minutes. After you talk for that long in 1 month, you have to pay extra for each minute. That extra amount is your overage. Charges, of course, just refers to money you have to pay. Paul says the overage charges are killing him. He doesn't mean they're actually killing him. That's just an expression. When you say something is killing you, you mean it's bothering you, it's hurting you, it's something that is having a bad effect on you. Shauna says, I thought you had a good calling, messaging, and data plan. It used to be, when cell phones first began, that the only thing you could do was talk on them, just like on a regular telephone. Now, of course, you can also send text messages, and with the wonderful world of the internet, you can also get on the internet with your phone. Not all phones, but many phones. So, messaging is text messaging, sending messages to another phone with your phone. Data refers to internet connection with your phone. Paul says, I do have a good plan, but I'm still going over each month. To go over is a two-word phrasal verb that here means to exceed, to use more than what you are supposed to use more than the maximum amount. So if I have 250 minutes of calling on my cell phone and I call 300 minutes, I've gone over. I have used more than my maximum. To go over can also mean to review, to look at carefully. I want to go over these plans with you. But here in the dialogue, it means to exceed, to go more than the maximum. People might say, I don't want to go over my limit. It could be a limit for other things too. I have a limited number of girlfriends. My limit is 3. I can't have more than 3 girlfriends. I'm just kidding, of course. I don't have girlfriends. You understand the idea, though. Paul says that he's going over his limits each month for minutes, not girlfriends. Not even sure if Paul has a girlfriend. Shauna says, have you thought about a prepaid plan? Prepaid, P-R-E-P-A-I-D, is when you pay for something in advance, before you actually use it. A prepaid plan, when we're talking about a cell phone, is when you often buy like a card, and you use the card to add minutes to your phone. And when those minutes are up, that's it. You don't have the company send you a bill every month. You can only use the number of minutes that you buy. And after that's gone, after you have completed those or finished those minutes, then you can't talk anymore. You'd have to buy another card. That's a prepaid plan. Shauna says if you do that, you'll never be charged extra. Paul says that's not an option. I need an unlimited plan. Unlimited means not limited, without limits, without a maximum value. So you don't have 500-minute limit. You don't have any limit. You can talk for 1,000,000 minutes if you want. You won't have a lot of time to do much else, especially if you have 3 girlfriends. Paul wants an unlimited plan. Shauna says, okay, but I don't understand. Why do you have roaming charges? Doesn't your carrier have good coverage all over the country? A carrier, C-A-R-R-I-E-R, here refers to the telephone company that provides you your phone service. That's a carrier. Carrier can have other meanings in English, as can the word roam we mentioned earlier. Check out our learning guide for additional definitions of those terms. Coverage, C-O-V-E-R-A-G-E, is a measurement of the geographic or physical area that you can use with your cell phone carrier. So when we say a carrier has good coverage, we mean that there are lots of different areas where you can use their service. Paul says, I've been taking trips to Mexico. Why? To see my new girlfriend. Notice he says new girlfriend. Obviously, he has other girlfriends. See, I told you. Paul's going to Mexico to see his new girlfriend, and the coverage doesn't extend to Mexico. Extend to means go as far as, or simply to include. And that's actually pretty common. Most cell phone companies don't extend their coverage to other countries. Shauna says, oh, I see. And the overage charges? Paul says, when you're in a long-distance relationship, that is, if you live in one place and your boyfriend or girlfriend lives in a different city or a different country, you have to do a lot of calling and texting. Texting is text messaging we talked about earlier. Not to mention, or in addition to updating social media websites to stay in touch. So because Paul's girlfriend is so far away, he has to call her a lot, he has to text her a lot, and he has to update his social media sites. Social media would be things like Facebook and Twitter. Paul says, I keep exceeding or going over my allotted 5,000 minutes of calling time. My allotted, ALLOTTED, means my assigned or my given. Your allotted minutes are the minutes that you are given by the telephone company. Paul has 5,000 minutes. Man, 5,000 minutes. That's a lot of time, Paul. He also has 100 megabytes of data. Well, that's not very much data. A megabyte is a way of measuring how much information, electronic information, if you will, is passed up and down to an internet connection. And 100 megabytes is not very much. Shauna says, what? To exceed that, and she's talking now about the 5,000 minutes of calling time, you'd have to be on the phone all the time. Paul says, not all the time, but I'm talking to her now. Do you want to say hi? Shauna says, you've been on the phone with her the entire time we have been having this conversation? So Paul is talking to Shauna about this issue, and his girlfriend is on the phone right now from Mexico. What kind of idiot is Paul? I mean, seriously. Well, maybe not so stupid. I mean, he has more than one girlfriend, you know. Paul says, how else, in what other way, can we keep up on everything that's going on in each other's lives? To keep up on something is to be aware of what is happening, to know the most recent information about something, especially something that might be changing quickly. Now let's listen to the dialogue, this time at a normal speed. I need a new cell phone plan. These roaming and overage charges are killing me.
I thought you had a good calling, messaging, and data plan.
I do, but I'm still going over each month.
Have you thought about a prepaid plan? You'll never be charged extra.
That's not an option. I think I need an unlimited plan.
Okay, but I don't understand. Why do you have roaming charges? Doesn't your carrier have good coverage all over the country?
I've been taking trips to Mexico to see my new girlfriend, and the coverage doesn't extend to Mexico.
Oh, I see. And the overage charges?
When you're in a long-distance relationship, you have to do a lot of calling and texting, not to mention updating social media websites to stay in touch. I keep exceeding my allotted 5,000 minutes of calling time and 100 megabytes of data.
What? To exceed that, you'd have to be on the phone all the time.
Not all the time, but I'm talking to her now. Do you want to say hi?
You've been on the phone with her the entire time we've been having this conversation?
How else can we keep up on everything that's going on in each other's lives? If you want to keep up on the real English used by Americans, then you want to listen to ESL Podcast and read the scripts written by our wonderful scriptwriter, Dr. Lucy Say. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language Podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Say, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language podcast, number 814. Getting rid of bugs and rodents. This is English as a Second Language podcast, episode 814. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. This podcast has a website, eslpod.com. This podcast has a learning guide. You can download it at eslpod.com. This episode is a dialogue between the beautiful Shirin and an apartment manager about some problems she's having in her apartment. Let's get started. This is the one-bedroom apartment we have for rent. Let me show you around.
Wait, did you see that? It looked like a mouse or a rat.
There aren't any rodents or any other vermin in this apartment complex. I make sure of that.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Only last month, I bought some mouse traps and rat poison and got rid of them all. This complex is rodent-free.
Oh, I see.
And the month before that, we had roaches, ticks, and fleas, but I fumigated and they're gone.
You called a pest control company?
I didn't need a pest control company to get rid of a few bugs. I did it myself.
Oh, okay.
And 6 months ago, we had bed bugs, but thanks to my diligence, they're gone too. So you want to see this apartment, or don't you?
I think I'll pass. This conversation is making my skin crawl.
Our dialogue begins with the apartment manager saying to Shirin, "This is the one-bedroom apartment we have for rent. It's an apartment with one bedroom. You can find one-bedroom apartments, two-bedroom apartments, three-bedroom apartments, and so forth." The apartment manager says, "Let me show you around. Let me show you the apartment." Shirin stops and says, "Wait, did you see that? It looked like a mouse or a rat. It looked like a mouse, M-O-U-S-E, or a rat, R-A-T. A mouse is a small animal. It could be white, it could be black, it could be gray. It has fur, hair on it. It has a long tail and a pointed nose. If you've ever seen any Disney movies, you know who Mickey Mouse is. Well, Mickey Mouse doesn't really look exactly like a real mouse, but you get the idea. That's a mouse. By the way, there's a famous song about Mickey Mouse that was used for a television show back in the 60s and 70s and 80s. That spelled Mickey Mouse's name. M-I-C, see you later, K-E-Y. Why? Because we love you. M-O-U-S-E, Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse, and so on. Aren't you glad you know that now? Shirin sees a mouse and a rat. A rat is a little bigger than a mouse, a little longer tail on it. The apartment manager says there aren't any rodents or any other vermin in this apartment complex. He says, oh, no, there aren't any rodents here. A rodent, R-O-D-E-N-T, is a general category that would include mice, which is the plural of mouse, and rats. Vermin, V-E-R-M-I-N, is a general term describing any small animal or insect that people don't like, usually because they cause damage or they might be carrying some disease. So vermin is a general term for any little animal or insect you don't like. You don't hear that word a lot anymore. The apartment complex is the building or buildings where you find apartments. So the apartment manager says, oh no, we don't have any rodents here. Shirin says, are you sure? The apartment manager says, sure, I'm sure. Yes, I am sure. Only last month, he says, I bought some mouse traps and rat poison and got rid of them all. So last month, he bought a mouse trap. A mouse trap, M-O-U-S-E-T-R-A-P, one word, is a little device, a little machine we use to catch a mouse and hold it so that we can kill it or get rid of it. Any sort of trap for an animal is intended to capture them, to get them and hold them so you can get rid of them. Rat poison is a chemical substance that will kill rats. It'll probably also kill humans, too. To get rid of something means to no longer have it, to eliminate it, to throw it away. I'm going to get rid of all of my old Mickey Mouse comic books. Actually, I don't have any Mickey Mouse comic books, but it's just an example. I do have a Mickey Mouse song. Would you like to hear that? No? Okay. So the apartment manager says this complex is rodent-free. When we say something is rodent-free or drug-free or comedy-free, we mean it doesn't have those things. Rodent-free means there's no animal here. There are no animals, no rodents. Drug-free means there are no drugs. Comedy-free would be it's not very funny. Kind of like this episode. Shirin says, oh, I see. I understand. The apartment manager then says, and the month before that, we had roaches, ticks, and fleas, but I fumigated and they're gone. So the apartment manager is saying, no, we don't have any of these problems here because I killed them all. I used to have these problems. Now, 2 months ago, he says, they had roaches, ticks, and fleas. A roach, R-O-A-C-H, is also called a cockroach, C-O-C-K-R-O-A-C-H, one word. A cockroach is a large insect that you will often find in warm, humid places. Humid means there's water in the air. They often are found in places that are dirty and have a lot of little pieces of food. That's a cockroach or a roach. A tick, T-I-C-K, when we're talking about an insect, is a very small insect that typically bites your skin and kind of goes into your skin and starts to suck your blood out. Kind of like a vampire, but not exactly. A tick can be found in many different environments. We used to have ticks when I was back in Minnesota, where there are a lot of trees, a lot of wooded areas, we would say, forests. You will find ticks that will fall onto your skin and then bite your skin and begin to suck your blood out. Kind of like my old girlfriend. So the apartment manager says we don't have any roaches, ticks, or fleas. A flea, F-L-E-A, is a small insect that can't fly, but it does live on the skin of animals and of people. Dogs often have fleas. The apartment manager says that he doesn't have any of those things because he fumigated. To fumigate, F-U-M-I-G-A-T-E, means to fill a room or an area with a dangerous gas that kills insects and kills little animals. Usually when you do this, you have to take the people out too, and then fumigate. Shirin says you called a pest control company. A pest, P-E-S-T, is another word for kind of like vermin, things that are small animals that bother you. Pest control would be a business that goes into a house or a building and kills the insects, kills the animals, the vermin, we might say, that are there. The apartment manager says, I didn't need a pest control company to get rid of a few bugs, a few insects. I did it myself. Shirin says, oh, okay. The apartment manager then says, and 6 months ago, we had bed bugs. Bed bugs, B-E-D-B-U-G-S, one word, are little insects that live on people's bodies and are often found in mattresses, what you sleep on. They can be found in carpets and in clothing. And like a tick, they also suck the blood out of your body. So the manager says that they had bed bugs, but thanks to his diligence, they're gone too. Diligence, D-I-L-I-G-E-N-C-E, is careful, thorough, persistent work. Being very careful with something, going back and checking it every day, that would be diligence. Well, the apartment manager says he was very diligent, and now they don't have any bed bugs. Then he asked Shirin, so you want to see this apartment, or don't you? He's asking her if she still wants to see the apartment, and she says, perhaps wisely, intelligently, I think I'll pass. To pass, as a verb, means to choose not to do something or to have something. Someone says, oh, would you like a piece of apple pie or a piece of chocolate cake? And you're on a diet. You're trying to lose weight. You say, no, thank you, I'll pass. I'll not have it. Shirin says, this conversation is making my skin crawl. To make your skin crawl, C-R-A-W-L, means to be nervous, to be frightened, to be anxious, perhaps even to be a little sick or disgusted by something that is very unpleasant. And obviously talking about all these different bugs and rodents, makes Shirin's skin crawl. Now let's listen to the dialogue, this time at a normal speed. This is the one-bedroom apartment we have for rent. Let me show you around.
Wait, did you see that? It looked like a mouse or a rat.
There aren't any rodents or any other vermin in this apartment complex. I make sure of that.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Only last month, I bought some mouse traps and rat poison and got rid of them all. This complex is rodent-free.
Oh, I see.
And the month before that, we had roaches, ticks, and fleas, but I fumigated and they're gone.
You called a pest control company?
I didn't need a pest control company to get rid of a few bugs. I did it myself.
Oh, okay.
And 6 months ago, we had bed bugs, but thanks to my diligence, they're gone too. So you want to see this apartment or don't you?
I think I'll pass. This conversation is making my skin crawl.
She's the most careful, diligent scriptwriter in Los Angeles, and her name is Dr. Lucy Tse. Thank you, Lucy, for writing our scripts. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to me again right here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language Podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Tse, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language Podcast, number 824, Grooming a Successor. This is English as a Second Language Podcast, episode 824. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Go to our website at eslpod.com. Become a member of ESL Podcast and download the learning guide for each of our episodes. This episode is a dialogue about getting someone ready to become the leader of a company or of an organization. Let's get started.
It's only a matter of time before I retire and hand over the reins to someone else.
That won't happen for years.
It'll happen sooner than you think. I've given a lot of thought to the person I want to fill my shoes. After long consideration, I think that person should be you.
Me? But there are a lot of people who outrank me in this organization and who have more experience.
That may be true, but I've decided to make you my protege. I'm taking you under my wing starting now to groom as my successor.
I don't know what to say. I'm honored, of course, but aren't you going to meet with a lot of resistance by choosing me instead of someone more senior?
I might, but I have confidence in you. With a little time, you'll come into your own, and you'll make a fine leader for this organization.
All I can say is thank you for having faith in me.
The opportunity is yours, and it's up to you what you make of it.
I know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I won't let you down.
I'm counting on that.
Aisha begins our dialogue by saying, "It's only a matter of time before I retire and hand over the reins to someone else." The expression, "it's only a matter of time," is used to describe something that will definitely happen in the future, but you don't know exactly when. But it will happen. It's only a matter of time before Miss Universe calls me and asks me for some personal English lessons. It's only a matter of time. It will happen. I just don't know when. Aisha says it's only a matter of time before she retires. To retire, R-E-T-I-R-E, means to stop working. Basically, to stop working for the rest of your life. So when you are 65 or 70, you often, at least in the United States at those ages, will retire. You will quit your job and you will no longer work full time. At least that's the way it traditionally has been. We'll see what happens in the future, depending on our economy. Aisha is planning on retiring, and when she does, she will hand over the reins, R-E-I-N-S. To hand over something is a phrasal verb meaning to give something to someone else. The reins, R-E-I-N-S, not R-A-I-N-S, is what you use to control a horse. They're the little ropes that you hold on to that you use to control a horse, to turn it from one side to the other. Here, it means the control of something. So Aisha will hand over control of the organization or the company to someone else. Javier says that won't happen for years. You won't be retiring for many years, he says. Aisha, however, has different ideas. She says it will happen sooner than you think. She actually says it'll happen. It'll being a contraction for it will. It will happen sooner than you think, sooner than you might imagine. She says, I've given a lot of thought, meaning I've thought about something a lot. I've given a lot of thought to the person I want to fill my shoes. To fill someone's shoes means to perform the same duties and the same activities as another person normally does. So when someone leaves as president, the next person becomes president, fills his or her shoes. He does or she does what that other person used to do. Aisha says, after long consideration, meaning after thinking about it very carefully for a long time, I think that person should be you, meaning you should be the next leader of this organization. Javier says, me? He's surprised. I'm kind of surprised too. Javier, not that intelligent, I don't think. Anyway, he says, but there are a lot of people who outrank me in this organization. To outrank, O-U-T-R-A-N-K, one word, means to have a higher position or to have greater authority in an organization. So a company might have a president, it might have a couple of vice presidents, and then it might have some managing directors. Well, the president outranks the vice president. He or she is higher in the organization than the vice president, and the vice presidents outrank the managers. Javier is saying there are other people in this company who outrank him and who have more experience. Aisha says, that may be true, meaning maybe you're right, but I've decided to make you my protege. Protege, Protege, is a person who receives support, advice, and guidance from an older, more experienced person, especially as preparation for that person to take over the job of the older person. So someday when I get old, I mean really old, not old like I am now, someday when I get really old, I will probably find a young version of me, a young Jeff McQuillan, and I will make him my protege. I will train that person so they can take over as ESL podcast host many years from now. Many, many years from now, however. Aisha says, I'm taking you under my wing, Javier. To take someone under your wing, W-I-N-G, means to begin to make someone your protege, to begin to take that person and give them advice, give them suggestions, give them guidance. It's something that an older person would do for a younger person in an organization. Aisha is going to take Javier under her wing, and she's going to groom him as her successor. To groom, G-R-O-O-M, here means to prepare another person to do a certain job, often your job. It's similar to taking someone under your wing or making someone your protege. In this case, Aisha is going to groom Javier as her successor, S-U-C-C-E-S-S-O-R. I should mention the word groom has a couple of different meanings, very different. Take a look at our learning guide for those. I don't want you to use that word in the wrong way. Take a look at the learning guide. A successor is the person who takes over your job, the person who comes after someone else as the person taking that job. Javier says, I don't know what to say. He's surprised. He says, I'm honored, of course, meaning here sort of I'm flattered, or I feel very good about you telling me this. But aren't you going to meet with a lot of resistance by choosing me instead of someone more senior? Javier is asking Aisha if she's going to meet a lot of resistance, meaning people are going to oppose her. People are going to be against her decision. The reason they would be against her decision is because Javier is not the most senior person in the company. Senior, S-E-N-I-O-R, here means to have more experience in the company. Usually that means you're older. It doesn't mean that you are what we call a senior citizen. That would be someone over, say, 65 or 70 years old. Here it just means someone with more experience at that organization or in that organization. Aisha says, I might meet some resistance, but I have confidence in you. With a little time, you'll come into your own, and you'll make a fine leader for this organization. The phrase to come into your own means to achieve the level of ability or competence in something that you are able to succeed at a job or succeed in a certain position. To come into your own means to mature, to get the necessary experience so that now you are ready to do this job. Javier says, all I can say is thank you for having faith in me. To have faith, F-A-I-T-H, in someone means to believe in someone, to believe that someone can do something. Aisha says, the opportunity is yours, and it's up to you what you make of it. When we say something is up to someone, it's up to you, it's up to John, it's up to Phil, we mean that's the person who has the power to make something happen, to make something succeed or fail. It's the same as saying it depends upon you, or it depends on what you do. It's up to you to go and study harder to pass your test. It's not something I can do, it's only something you can do. You're the one who has that power. Aisha says it's up to Javier what he makes of it. The expression, what you make of something, means what you do with an opportunity, how you take advantage of a chance, an opportunity to do something. What will you make of it? How will you use this opportunity? Javier says, I know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once in a lifetime means it only happens once in your entire life. Once in a lifetime opportunity would be an opportunity, a chance that will only happen once in your life. Javier says, I won't let you down. To let someone down, D-O-W-N, means to disappoint someone, not to meet someone's expectations. Aisha says, I'm counting on that. To count on something means to rely on, to depend on something. I'm counting on you to finish this job. I'm relying on you. I'm depending on you. Now let's listen to the dialogue, this time at a normal speed.
It's only a matter of time before I retire and hand over the reins to someone else.
That won't happen for years.
It'll happen sooner than you think. I've given a lot of thought to the person I want to fill my shoes. After long consideration, I think that person should be you.
Me? But there are a lot of people who outrank me in this organization and who have more experience.
That may be true, but I've decided to make you my protege. I'm taking you under my wing starting now to groom you as my successor.
I don't know what to say. I'm honored, of course, but aren't you going to meet with a lot of resistance by choosing me instead of someone more senior?
I might, but I have confidence in you. With a little time, you'll come into your own, and you'll make a fine leader for this organization.
All I can say is thank you for having faith in me.
The opportunity is yours, and it's up to you what you make of it.
I know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I won't let you down.
I'm counting on that.
Our scriptwriter never lets us down. She always has wonderful scripts. That's the wonderful Dr. Lucy Tse. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Say, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language podcast, number 830, Donating to a Thrift Store. This is English as a Second Language podcast, episode 830. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California, home of Hollywood, home of the Los Angeles Dodgers, my favorite baseball team. This episode, like all of our episodes, has a learning guide. Go to eslpod.com for more information. We're going to hear a dialogue between Scott and Nancy about giving things to something called a thrift store, a store that sells used things. Let's get started. That's the last bag. Help me put these into the truck. I want to get these to the thrift store before they stop taking donations for the day.
Hold on. That bag has curtains in it.
I know they do. Those old curtains have been sitting around in the closet for 10 years. It's time to let them go.
But what about this bag? These are the children's old baby clothes. You can't just toss these. They have such sentimental value.
You've kept a lot of the children's old clothes already, but we still have bags and bags of them in the attic.
Yes, but they're so cute.
It's time to put aside sentiment and do some spring cleaning. After all, we're donating them to a good cause. Families visiting the thrift store can buy them for their own children. We get a tax deduction and our items get a new life. It's a win-win for everybody.
I don't know about that. What? You're not getting rid of those chairs, are you? They still have a lot of life in them.
Our garage is full of old furniture that we don't use. I'm putting my foot down. These have to go.
But not those.
Yes, those and those and those. This is my punishment for marrying a pack rat. Scott begins by saying, "That's the last bag. Help me put these into the truck." A truck is a large vehicle, like a car. Scott says, "I want to get these to the thrift store before they stop taking donations for the day." A thrift, THRIFT, store is a store that sells old things. By old, I mean used. You might have a book or a pair of shoes or some dishes from your kitchen that you don't want anymore. Well, you can give them to this store, this thrift store, and they will sell them. Most of the thrift stores are owned by organizations, what we would call charitable organizations. Charitable, CHARITABLE, means they're not trying to make money, these organizations, these charitable organizations. They're trying to help other people. And so they get money by selling these old things that people give them to sell. And that's the next word we have here in this sentence, donations. A donation, DONATION, is something you give to an organization so that it can be used to help that organization. In this case, the donations are the things that you give to the thrift store so they can sell it and get money. Nancy says, hold on, wait. That bag has curtains in it. Curtains, CURTAINS, are large pieces of cloth or fabric that we use to cover a window so that no one can see inside of your house. Or if you like to sleep until 10 o'clock in the morning, you want curtains to prevent the light from coming in. I don't sleep until 10 o'clock. I get up pretty early, actually, usually around 6:30. Not that early, but pretty early. Scott says, I know they do. I know this bag contains curtains. Those old curtains have been sitting around in the closet for 10 years. When we say something has been sitting around, that two-word phrasal verb means to be somewhere but not actually doing anything important. It's just taking up space. We were sitting around in the living room waiting for the baseball game to begin. We were sitting around. We weren't doing anything very important. You can have a book that's been sitting around your office for a year and you have not read it yet. It just sits there. It doesn't do anything important, or you haven't done anything important with it. Scott says that the curtains that he wants to give to the thrift store have been sitting around in the closet for 10 years. Notice that even though around is a preposition, it's part of the two-word phrasal verb, sitting around, or to sit around. So you can put another preposition to say where something has been sitting around. It's a little unusual. Well, Scott says these curtains have been sitting around in the closet. CLOSET. A closet is something that is usually built into the house. It's like a little room where you can put things to store them, to keep them. You can have a closet for your clothes in a bedroom, or you could have a closet in your house to put other things like vacuum cleaners and old boxes and, I don't know, things you use to clean the house. I don't clean the house. My wife usually cleans the house. I know, I should help. I have other things I do. I cut the grass. I do the lawn outside. So I help. Don't worry. Anyway, Scott says, it's time to let them go. Let the curtains go. To let something go means to agree not to have it anymore, or to let someone else take it because you no longer need it, or you no longer should have it. He's going to let the curtains go. Nancy says, what about this bag? These are the children's old baby clothes. some people keep their children's clothes even after the children don't need them anymore. I don't know why. Anyway, Nancy has done this, and she says you can't just toss these. To toss, T-O-S-S, means to throw something away, to get rid of something, to put something in the trash. Nancy says these baby clothes have sentimental value. They have such sentimental value, she says. Sentimental, S-E-N-T-I-M-E-N-T-A-L, value, is the feeling of wanting to keep an object because it has certain special memories for you. It's not worth anything. It's not like a gold ring that you can sell, but it has some sort of emotional feelings attached to it. You have some emotional memories associated with it. The first love note that your now husband or wife gave you, that might be something that has sentimental value. It's not valuable because the piece of paper is valuable, but what is associated with that piece of paper, what you have memories about. Scott says, you've kept a lot of the children's old clothes already, but we still have bags and bags of them in the attic. The attic, A-T-T-I-C, is the very top of the house. Many Americans live in houses that have more than one story, and even those that are just one story, one level, usually the house will have an attic. It will have a storage area at the very top. That's what Scott is referring to. People sometimes use the attic as a place to store things, to keep boxes, for example. Nancy says, yes, but they're so cute. She doesn't want to get rid of her children's old clothes. Scott says, however, it's time to put aside sentiment and do some spring cleaning. To put aside, A-S-I-D-E, is a two-word phrasal verb meaning to separate something from a group because you want to use it for some particular purpose. For example, my mother makes 10 cookies for us to eat, but she puts aside 2 of those for my father who hasn't come home yet. Usually my father wouldn't get any cookies if my mother made them because we would eat them before he came. So my mother would have to put them aside. She would have to remove them, put them in another place so that we wouldn't eat them. Scott says it's time to put aside sentiment. We need to not worry about or not have these sentimental values about things and do some spring cleaning. Spring cleaning is a time usually during the spring of the year, between the winter and the summer, when people go and they clean their house, they organize things, they get rid of things they don't need anymore. Scott says, after all, we're donating them to a good cause, for a good purpose. Families visiting the thrift store can buy them for their own children. We get a tax deduction and our items get a new life. When you give money to a charitable organization in the United States, like a thrift store, you can take what's called a tax deduction. You can take the value of that donation and use it to reduce the amount of taxes you owe at the end of the year. Scott says it's a win-win for everybody. A win-win, W-I-N, is a situation that benefits both people involved in the transaction, in the exchange. You get something, I get something. It's win-win. This is an expression that started to be used in the business world, 20, 25 years ago. Nancy says, I don't know about that. I'm not sure. Then she says, what? You're not getting rid of those chairs, are you? They still have a lot of life in them. Now she sees that Scott is trying to donate some chairs. She says these chairs still have a lot of life in them, meaning they're still useful. We could still use them. Scott says our garage is full of old furniture that we don't use. I'm putting my foot down. These have to go. To put your foot down means that you are insisting. You are saying, this is my decision. I am not going to change it. My wife said, we're going to the movies tonight. And I say, no, I'm going to put my foot down. We're not going to the movies. Well, we, of course, went to the movies. Scott says, these have to go. Nancy says, but not those. Scott says, yes, those and those and those. He's pointing to all of the things they have to donate to the thrift store. Scott says, this is my punishment for marrying a pack rat. A pack, P-A-C-K, rat, R-A-T, is a person who likes to keep everything, who doesn't throw anything away. Old clothes, old papers, old books, all of these things they keep. They don't give them away. They don't donate them. They don't throw them away. They keep them. That's what we call a pack rat. Now let's listen to the dialogue, this time at a normal speed. That's the last bag. Help me put these into the truck. I want to get these to the thrift store before they stop taking donations for the day.
Hold on. That bag has curtains in it.
I know they do. These old curtains have been sitting around in the closet for 10 years. It's time to let them go.
But what about this bag? These are the children's old baby clothes. You can't just toss these. They have such sentimental value.
You've kept a lot of the children's old clothes already, but we still have bags and bags of them in the attic.
Yes, but they're so cute.
It's time to put aside sentiment and do some spring cleaning. After all, we're donating them to a good cause. Families visiting the thrift store can buy them for their own children. We get a tax deduction, and our items get a new life. It's a win-win for everybody.
I don't know about that. What? You're not getting rid of those chairs, are you? They still have a lot of life in them.
Our garage is full of old furniture that we don't use. I'm putting my foot down. These have to go.
But not those.
Yes, those, and those, and those. This is my punishment for marrying a pack rat. We hope for a few minutes every day you can put aside your cares and worries and listen to the wonderful scripts by our wonderful script writer, Dr. Lucy Tse. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language Podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Tse, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language Podcast, number 831. Not the marrying kind. This is English as a Second Language Podcast, episode 831. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from beautiful Los Angeles, California. I still need a song for the opening. I need some sort of music for that from beautiful Los Angeles, California part. We have a beautiful website at eslpod.com. Go there, join ESL Podcast, and download the 8 to 10 page learning guide we have for each of our episodes. This episode is called Not the Marrying Kind. It's a dialogue about a man who doesn't seem to want to get married. Let's get started.
I have a date with George this Saturday. I can't wait.
Have a good time, but you know what the word on the street is about George, don't you?
What?
He's not the marrying kind.
Oh, he just hasn't met the right girl yet. When he does, he'll be ready to settle down.
I don't think so. Women who have gone out with him have told me that he's up front with them. He has no intention of tying the knot, ever.
Do you think he's a commitment phobe?
I have no idea. I just know that he likes to play the field, and anyone who dates him should not try to reform him.
I wouldn't try to reform him. I think he'll just fall head over heels in love with me, and he'll put his philandering ways behind him.
Don't count on it.
I'm convinced of it.
I'm always surprised by the degree to which women can delude themselves when it comes to love. Stacy is talking with Brad, and she says, I have a date with George this Saturday. A date, D-A-T-E, is when you have a romantic evening or afternoon with someone, you go somewhere with someone. Usually it's romantic. Sometimes date can just mean an appointment. But here it means a romantic time together. Stacy says, I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to this date. Brad says, have a good time, but you know what the word on the street is about George, don't you? The expression, the word on the street, means what people are saying about something. Even though they don't have proof that it's true, here's what people are talking about. Here's what people are saying about this thing or this person. Often it just means a rumor, R-U-M-O-R. Stacy says, what? Brad says, well, the word on the street about George is that he's not the marrying kind. The expression, not the marrying, M-A-R-R-Y-I-N-G, kind, means he's a person who's not interested in getting married. He wants to remain single. Usually this is said about a man. Sometimes it could be said about a woman as well. He's not the marrying kind. We might also say he's not the marrying type, T-Y-P-E. It means the same thing. He's not a person that will want to get married. Stacy says, oh, he just hasn't met the right girl yet. He hasn't met the right person for him. That's what all women believe, that even men who are not the marrying kind will marry them because they are the perfect woman for them. Stacy says when he does meet the right girl or the right woman, he'll be ready to settle down. The phrasal verb to settle, S-E-T-T-L-E, down, means to begin to live a quiet, calm life. Usually, it's an expression we use when we are talking about someone in their, say, 20s or perhaps 30s who's now ready to get married. They were single for a long time. They like to go out and party and enjoy themselves. But now the fun must end and they get married. No, I'm just kidding. Getting married is fun too, kids. Brad disagrees with Stacy. He doesn't think that George is ready to settle down and get married. Brad says women who have gone out with him, meaning who have gone on dates with him, have told me that he's up front with them. To be up front means to be direct, to be honest, to be straightforward. You're not hiding anything. You're not trying to be secret. We use this term usually when we are trying to tell someone something that perhaps is difficult for them to hear or that they don't want to hear. And we want to be honest with them. We want to tell them right away. Brad says that George has been up front with women. He has no intention of tying the knot, ever. Intention, I-N-T-E-N-T-I-O-N, is what you plan to do. It's what your plan is, what your goal or your aim, A-I-M, is. Brad says George has no intention. He has no plans to tie, T-I-E, the knot, K-N-O-T. The expression to tie the knot means to get married. It's very common in American English. A knot is normally something, for example, when you have shoes that have shoelaces, you tie a knot so that your shoes don't fall off. Well, here it means to tie a knot, I guess, to your husband or your wife so that you won't be separated. It's kind of like going to jail, kind of like prison, where I suppose in the old days they would tie a knot around someone's hand so they couldn't move. That's marriage, basically. Stacy asks, do you think he's a commitment phobe? Commitment is when you agree to do something with someone or you simply agree to do something. It's like a promise. Phobe, P-H-O-B-E, refers to someone who's afraid of something. So a commitment phobe would be someone who's afraid of commitment, who doesn't want to promise to do something, like get married. Brad says, I have no idea. I don't know. I just know, I only know, that he likes to play the field. The expression to play the field describes usually a man who likes to date many different people. A person who doesn't want to just have one long-term relationship, romantic relationship. Sometimes we describe informally someone as being a player, P-L-A-Y-E-R. The idea is similar as someone who likes to have lots of usually different girlfriends. He plays the field. Anyone who dates George, Brad continues, should not try to reform him. To reform, R-E-F-O-R-M, someone or something, means to fix it, to change it, to make it better. Women often think they can change a man, they can reform him, they can make him different from what he really is. This is a common belief among many women who get married. Is it true? Well, sometimes. Stacy says, I won't try to reform him. I think he'll just fall head over heels in love with me, and he'll put his philandering ways behind him. The expression to fall head over heels, H-E-E-L-S, in love with someone means to have a sudden, strong romantic interest in someone. It's, I suppose, related a little bit to love at first sight, S-I-G-H-T, where you see someone, you see a beautiful woman across the room, or a beautiful man, a handsome man, and you fall in love with them. You fall head over heels in love. To fall head over heels doesn't mean it happens the first time you see them. That would be the expression love at first sight. But it could happen. You fall head over heels with someone the first time you see them. Stacy says that she thinks after George falls in love with her that he'll put his philandering ways behind him. Philander, P-H-I-L-A-N-D-E-R, means that a man goes out and has romantic relationships with different women, typically sexual relationships with different women. He's not interested in having a relationship with only one woman. Often, the man will be lying about his relationships to the women that he is with. That's the way men are sometimes, unfortunately. Stacy says that she thinks George will put his philandering ways, W-A-Y-S, here means habits. He will put his philandering ways behind him. To put something behind you or behind him means to forget about it, to no longer do that thing. Brad says, don't count on it. To count on something means to depend on or to rely on something, to believe something is true. Brad says, do not count on it. Don't expect that to happen. Stacy says, I'm convinced of it. I'm persuaded. I believe it is true. Brad says, I'm always surprised by the degree to which women can delude themselves when it comes to love. I'm always surprised. It always surprises me. This is an expression we use when we are talking about something perhaps that we don't understand, but also as a way of emphasizing to the other person how we have a very different opinion than they do about something, or how unusual we think their opinion or their action is. Brad says, I'm always surprised by the degree, the extent, the amount to which women can delude themselves. To delude, D-E-L-U-D-E, means to lie and cause others to believe those lies. In this case, the women are deluding themselves. They're lying to themselves. They are trying to persuade themselves of something that they know isn't really true. So when you delude yourself, you are lying to yourself because you don't want to accept the reality, the truth. Brad says, I'm always surprised by the degree, by how much, by the degree to which women can delude themselves when it comes to love. The expression when it comes to means concerning, regarding. in relation to or about. Of course, this woman, Stacy, thinks she can reform George, and Brad is saying, no, that's not going to be possible. You're deluding yourself. Now let's listen to the dialogue, this time at a normal speed.
I have a date with George this Saturday. I can't wait.
Have a good time, but you know what the word on the street is about George, don't you?
What?
He's not the marrying kind.
Oh, he just hasn't met the right girl yet. When he does, he'll be ready to settle down.
I don't think so. Women who have gone out with him have told me that he's up front with them. He has no intention of tying the knot. Ever.
Do you think he's a commitment phobe?
I have no idea. I just know that he likes to play the field, and anyone who dates him should not try to reform him.
I wouldn't try to reform him. I think he'll just fall head over heels in love with me, and he'll put his philandering ways behind him.
Don't count on it.
I'm convinced of it.
I'm always surprised by the degree to which women can delude themselves when it comes to love. You can always count on learning lots of new and useful English expressions and phrases in our scripts that are written by our wonderful script writer, Dr. Lucy Say. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Say, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language podcast, number 832. Creating an online store. This is English as a Second Language podcast, episode 832. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Our website is eslpod.com. Go there to become a member and get a learning guide for this episode. This episode is a dialogue about creating or opening a new store online on the internet. Let's get started.
I'd say we're well on our way to establishing our new online store.
I can't wait for this to get off the ground. Orders will pour in and we'll make money hand over fist.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see where we are in our preparations.
All right. We've created a marketing plan that includes several ways to drive traffic to our website.
That's great. We've also installed a shopping cart and a secure way to process orders.
We can use that system to track orders, right?
That's right. All customer information will be captured, and we'll have a database of information we can mine later.
That's great. We already have a place to house the inventory and a way to track it.
Right you are. Now all we need is one last thing.
We need to find a product to sell.
Yeah. Any ideas?
No, none. You?
Nope. But as soon as we do, will be the next big thing in e-commerce.
Definitely. Kay starts by saying, I would say, meaning here I think, we're well on our way to establishing our new online store. We're well on our way means we are well on our way, and that means that we are making good progress towards something. We're getting closer to our goal, to finishing, in this case, this new project of establishing or starting an online store, a website basically on the internet where you sell things. Greg says, I can't wait for this to get off the ground. When someone says, I can't wait for something, they mean they're very excited about it. Greg can't wait for this online store to get off the ground. Ground. To get something off the ground means to begin something, usually a project, to start something for the first time. Greg says orders, people buying things, orders will pour in and will make money hand over fist. The expression to pour, P-O-U-R, in, means to receive a lot of something, especially money, but it could be letters or emails. We could say the money is pouring in from our new product, our new thing that we are selling on the internet. Greg thinks money will pour in and that they will make money hand over fist, F-I-S-T. The expression to make money hand over fist means to make a lot of money, to get very rich by doing something. Someone's making money hand over fist. Kay says, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The expression to get ahead of yourself or to get ahead of ourselves means to get so excited about something that we begin to think about all the wonderful things that will happen in the future and not focus on preparing for what's happening right now. To get ahead of yourself would mean to start making plans, for example, about how you're going to spend your money that you are going to get from your new online website, online store rather, before you've actually started the business. That's getting ahead of yourself. Or you see a beautiful woman and you start thinking about how you're going to marry her and have children, and you don't even have her telephone number yet. Kay says, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see where we are in our preparations. Let's see where we are, meaning let's look at where we are currently, what we are doing now for our preparations. Greg says, all right, we've created a marketing plan that includes several ways to drive traffic to our website. A marketing plan is a plan about how you're going to go out and find customers and get them to buy your product. Driving traffic means encouraging people to visit your website or to go to your store. On the internet, it means to get people, we call them visitors, to come to your website and look at it and hopefully buy something from it. Kay says, that's great. We've also installed a shopping cart and a secure way to process orders. To install, INSTALL, means to connect or to put something in somewhere. It could be something physical, like, for example, I need a new water heater in my house. So I ask a plumber, a person who deals with things like water heaters, to come in and install it in my house, to connect it, to put it in. We also use this verb in talking about computer programs, computer software, which are installed on a computer or on a computer that is running a website. In this case, the software that was installed was a shopping cart. On a website, a shopping cart is a piece of software that allows you to look at things that are being sold and to buy them. It's sort of the part of the website that you actually use to buy something. If you go to a real physical store, like a grocery store where you buy food, you also have a shopping cart. It's that thing that you push around that you put the food into so you don't have to carry it in your hands. On a website, however, a shopping cart is the part of the website used to buy things. Kay says they have installed a shopping cart and a secure way to process orders. Secure, S-E-C-U-R-E, means safe. And on the internet, it means a place where your information, your name, your credit card, your address, will be safe. It won't get stolen. Someone won't come and take it and use it somewhere else. Kay says they have a secure way to process orders. To process, P-R-O-C-E-S-S, orders, means that you receive orders that people give you, that is, things that they want to buy. That's what an order is. You say, I want to buy this. To process them means to take care of them, to figure out who's going to get what, and so forth. In an online store, sometimes you are buying things that the company will send you in the mail. Sometimes you're simply buying things that you download onto your computer. Greg says we can use that system to track orders, right? To track, T-R-A-C-K, orders means to make sure you know what's going on with the order at all times, whether it was paid for, whether it was shipped, that is, whether it was sent to the person who bought it, in some cases, whether the person received it. All of that would be part of tracking an order. Processing the order means getting it ready to send. Tracking the order means knowing what part of the process you are in. Kay says, that's right. All customer information will be captured and we'll have a database of information we can mine later. To capture, C-A-P-T-U-R-E, here means to record, to save that information from the customer. Capture has a number of different meanings in English. Take a look at our learning guide for some of those. Kay says they also have a database, D-A-T-A-B-A-S-E. A database is a computer program that saves and organizes information for you. To mine, M-I-N-E, here, when we're talking about websites and databases, means to analyze a large amount of information, a large amount of data, to find interesting patterns. So you might want to know whether people from this country are buying more on a weekend than people from that country. You could look at your database, your set of information, and mine it. You could go in and try to find information by using other computer software. Greg says, that's great. We already have a place to house the inventory and a way to track it. To house, House, something, means to store it, to keep it until you are ready to use it. So if you're selling books on your website, you would need a place to house the physical books. You'd need a place to keep them. The inventory, inventory, refers to all of the things that you are selling, usually physical things. So your inventory would be all of the books that you have that you are selling on your website, or all of the computers you have that you are selling on your website. Kay says, right you are, meaning that's correct. Now all we need is one last thing, one final thing. Greg says we need to find a product to sell. Of course, normally when you have a store, you know what you're going to sell. But Greg and Kay have built a website, but they don't have anything to sell yet. Kay says, yeah, any ideas? Greg says, no, none. You? Meaning, do you? Kay says, nope, an informal way of saying no. But as soon as we do, we'll be the next big thing in e-commerce. The next big thing is the most recent thing to become popular that everyone is talking about. So a few years ago, it was Facebook, and then it was Twitter, and then it was, Pinterest. Whatever the next most popular thing is, that's the next big thing. E-commerce, E-C-O-M-M-E-R-C-E, refers to selling things on the internet. Internet selling and buying. Now let's listen to the dialogue, this time at a normal speed.
I'd say we're well on our way to establishing our new online store.
I can't wait for this to get off the ground. Orders will pour in, and we'll make money hand over fist.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see where we are in our preparations.
All right. We've created a marketing plan that includes several ways to drive traffic to our website.
That's great. We've also installed a shopping cart and a secure way to process orders.
We can use that system to track orders, right?
That's right. All customer information will be captured, and we'll have a database of information we can mine later.
That's great. We already have a place to house the inventory and a way to track it.
Right you are. Now all we need is one last thing.
We need to find a product to sell.
Yeah. Any ideas?
No, none. You?
Nope. But as soon as we do, we'll be the next big thing in e-commerce.
Definitely. If you've listened to several of our episodes, you are well on your way to improving your English, thanks to the wonderful scripts by Dr. Lucy Say. Thank you, Lucy. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language Podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Say, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language Podcast, number 833. Shooting travel videos. This is English as a Second Language podcast, episode 833. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Visit our website at eslpod.com. Become a member of ESL Podcast and get the learning guide for this episode. This episode is a dialogue between Matilda and Cesar regarding going on a trip and making some videos. Let's get started. Hurry up. We'll miss the tour bus if we don't leave right now.
I'm just getting some footage of this area before we leave. This area is known for its...
Now what are you doing?
I'm doing a voiceover for this segment. Voiceovers are very important in good travel videos.
You can add the voiceover when you edit it. Let's go.
Just give me 5 more minutes. This footage is turning out to be too shaky. Hold on while I set up the tripod.
We don't have time for that. Grab your camcorder and let's go.
Too much motion will ruin any travel video. Wait, I want to get a close-up of that building and a wide-angle shot of this entire area. Hey, where are you going with my gear?
I and your gear are going to the tour bus. I'm not going to get left behind again. Cesar begins our dialogue by saying to Matilda, hurry up. Hurry up means go faster. You're moving too slowly. Hurry up. We'll miss the tour bus if we don't leave right now. We'll miss means we won't be able to get on the tour bus because it will leave without us. A tour bus is a large bus that carries many people, sometimes 20, 30, or more people, and it takes you on some sort of tour. So you go around and you learn about different things, or perhaps you go from one city to the next, and the other people on the bus are on the same tour as you are. They're going on vacation and are going to the same places you're going to. You can have a tour bus within a city that just gives you information about the most important places in the city. It takes you to those places. You could also have a tour bus that goes in between cities, that travels around the country even. Cesar is worried about missing the tour bus. He says we'll miss it if we don't leave right now, immediately. Matilda, who's obviously a little slow, says, I'm just getting some footage of this area before we leave. Footage, F-O-O-T-A-G-E, is, in this case, a video recording. It used to be, of course, that when you recorded things like a motion picture, you would have some tape, physical tape that would go around inside the machine and it would record it on that. That is, the video would be recorded on this little piece of tape that would go around inside. And if you took the tape and you unwound it, you could actually measure how many feet the tape was. Probably that's the origin of the word footage, but nowadays, of course, we don't have actual physical film, at least in most cameras that a regular consumer, a regular person would use. But we still sometimes use this word footage to refer to an amount of video recording. I think it's becoming less common nowadays. Matilda says she's getting some footage, she's recording some video of this area where they are right now before they leave. She says this area is known for its... She starts narrating the video. She starts talking into the camera. Cesar says, now what are you doing? Matilda says, I'm doing a voiceover for this segment. A voice-over is when you have a video and you hear someone's voice who's not actually in the video, at least you can't see the person. So a voiceover would be any kind of recording that you would hear while watching a video of something else. Matilda says she's doing a voiceover for this segment. A segment, S-E-G-M-E-N-T, is a section or a part of a video, a film, a television show, a podcast, an audio show. Any part or section of that, a smaller part of it, would be called a segment. So Matilda is using all of this vocabulary that would probably be more likely used by a professional filmmaker. Matilda says voiceovers are very important in good travel videos. Travel videos would be videos that show different popular tourist areas. It is something you would take when you go on a trip. If you go to Paris or you go to Bangkok or you go to Tokyo, you could take videos of those areas and you would show them to your friends or to other people to show them what you can see there. That's a travel video. Cesar says you can add the voiceover when you edit it. Let's go. To edit, E-D-I-T, means to change something, usually an audio or a video, to make it better, to get rid of the parts that you don't want. We also use this verb in talking about writing. You can edit someone's writing. You can go through and correct the grammar, change sentences around, correct the punctuation. All that might be part of editing. Cesar says you can add the voiceover to the video when you edit it. Let's go. Matilda says, just give me 5 more minutes. This footage is turning out to be too shaky. The sound that she makes, is one you would make when you were maybe thinking of something. Maybe you saw something you didn't like, or you were not certain about something. Usually it's spelled H-M-M. Matilda says, this footage is resulting in something that is too shaky. S-H-A-K-Y. Something that is shaky has a lot of small movements. So if you are taking a video with a camera or your phone and you move it around a lot, when you watch it, it will look like you are moving the camera around, and that would be shaky. It's hard to watch. Matilda says, hold on, meaning wait, while I set up the tripod. A tripod, T-R-I-P-O-D, is not related to a podcast. A tripod is a device usually made out of metal that has 3 legs. That's where you get the tri, T-R-I, meaning 3. The tripod is used to put a camera on so that the camera remains steady. That is to say, it doesn't shake. So you put a camera on a tripod and you can use that for taking pictures. It could be a video camera. It could be a regular camera that you would take photographs with, a still camera, I guess we could call it. Cesar says, we don't have time for that. Grab your camcorder and let's go. A camcorder, C-A-M-C-O-R-D-E-R, is a camera that records video. It's another word for a video camera, a camcorder, coming from the words camera and recorder. Matilda says, too much motion will ruin any travel video. Cesar is trying to get Matilda on the tour bus so that they can leave, but Matilda is spending her time talking about her video. She says too much motion, M-O-T-I-O-N, meaning too much movement, will ruin any travel video. To ruin, R-U-I-N, means to make something worthless, to destroy, to make it so that you can't use it anymore. Matilda is saying that if you have too much motion, if you have too much movement, if it's too shaky, then the travel video will be ruined. You can't use it really. Motion, I should mention, has a couple of other meanings in English. Take a look at our learning guide for those. Matilda continues, wait, I want to get a close-up of that building and a wide-angle shot of this entire area. A close-up, C-L-O-S-E hyphen U-P, is an image of something where the camera is very close to it. It's right next to the object. It could be someone's face or it could be a thing. Matilda wants a close-up of a building she sees and a wide hyphen angle, A-N-G-L-E, shot of this entire area. A wide angle shot is a photograph or a video that's made with a special lens, a special thing you put on the front of the camera to show a very wide area, so you're able to see more than you could with a regular camera lens. Matilda says, hey, where are you going with my gear? Gear, G-E-A-R, here just means my equipment. Cesar says, I and your gear are going to the tour bus. So Cesar's taking her camera and her things and walking toward the tour bus. He says, I'm not going to get left behind again. To be left behind means not to be taken with the rest of the group of people, often because you're too late or you're too slow. If the bus is going to leave at 8 o'clock and you come at 8:15, you will be left behind. You will have to stay where you are because you missed the bus. And that's what Cesar is trying to prevent. Now let's listen to the dialogue, this time at a normal speed. Hurry up! We'll miss the tour bus if we don't leave right now.
I'm just getting some footage of this area before we leave. This area is known for its...
Now what are you doing?
I'm doing a voiceover for this segment. Voiceovers are very important in good travel videos.
You can add the voiceover when you edit it. Let's go.
Just give me 5 more minutes. This footage is turning out to be too shaky. Hold on while I set up the tripod.
We don't have time for that. Grab your camcorder and let's go.
Too much motion will ruin any travel video. Wait! I want to get a close-up of that building and a wide-angle shot of this entire area. Hey, where are you going with my gear?
I and your gear are going to the tour bus. I'm not going to get left behind again. All of our scripts are written and edited by the wonderful script writer, Dr. Lucy Tse. Thank you, Lucy. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language Podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Tse, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language Podcast, number 834. Breaching Computer Security. This is English as a Second Language Podcast, episode 834. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Our website is eslpod.com. Go there today and take a look at the learning guide for this episode that will help you improve your English faster than ever. This dialogue is between Jin and Dina. It's all about computer security, making sure your computer does not get information stolen from it. Let's get started. Did you hear what happened to McHugh Corp?
No. What?
Hackers were able to get unauthorized access to its computer systems and cause a lot of problems over the weekend. They destroyed data and rendered the system unusable. In fact, the entire system crashed.
I hadn't heard that. Why McHugh Corp?
Well, the company announced last week that it had implemented new security measures which made their systems impenetrable.
Ah, that explains it. Making an announcement like that is like issuing a challenge.
Yeah, it was definitely a challenge. I bet a lot of hackers were trying to breach those security measures just to show that it could be done. One of them certainly found the system's vulnerabilities and exploited them.
What was McHugh Corp thinking? They've had problems in the past with hackers, and then they issue this challenge. I say that it serves them right.
They shouldn't have bragged about their new security measures, but those hackers caused a lot of damage.
I bet McHugh Corp learned its lesson. Don't wave a red flag in front of a bull.
Our topic on this episode is computer security. We begin with Jin saying, "Did you hear what happened to McHugh Corp?" McHugh Corp is a company, a fictional company, not a real company. Dina says, "No, what?" Jin says, "Hackers were able to get unauthorized access to its computer systems." A hacker, H-A-C-K-E-R, is a person who uses their computer skills to illegally go into another website or to go into some computer software, often to steal some secret or confidential information. The verb is to hack, H-A-C-K. A hacker is someone who hacks into a computer system. In this case, the computer system was at McHugh Corp, and the hackers were able to get unauthorized access. Unauthorized means not authorized. Authorized means you have permission. Someone said, yes, that's okay. Access is the ability to reach something, to see something. So unauthorized access would be going into somewhere where you don't have permission to go. And the hackers did this with the McHugh Corp computer system and caused a lot of problems over the weekend. Over the weekend means during this past Saturday and Sunday. Jin says they destroyed data and rendered the system unusable. Data, D-A-T-A, means information, especially when we're talking about computers, or in scientific research, it's the evidence that we use to examine our hypotheses, our ideas. Data is technically a plural noun, but it is often used in the singular in more modern English. Jin says the hackers destroyed, they got rid of, they damaged data and rendered the system unusable. To render, R-E-N-D-E-R, means to put something in a particular position or to make something present in a certain way. Basically, in this sentence, it just means make. So they made, past tense, the system unusable. Once again, we see the prefix un, U-N, which means not. So unusable means not usable, not able to be used. Jin says, in fact, the entire system crashed. To crash, C-R-A-S-H, for a computer system or a network means to suddenly stop working. If a computer crashes, it turns off, it stops working, you can't do anything with it. This is a common problem for all computers at some time or another. Dina says, I hadn't heard that. Why McHugh Corp? Jin says, well, the company announced last week that it had implemented new security measures, which made their systems impenetrable. So McHugh Corp announced or told everyone last week that it had implemented new security measures. To implement, I-M-P-L-E-M-E-N-T, means to begin, to officially launch, or to formally start something. They started a new, or put into place, a new security system, new security measures, our dialogue says. A measure, MEASURE, is just a procedure or a process or an action. Security refers to keeping the computer system safe so people don't go in and steal things from it. McHugh Corp implemented new security measures which made their systems impenetrable. We're getting a lot of prefixes in this dialogue. One of them is impenetrable. The IM is the same as IN as a prefix, and that once again means not, just like UN. Sometimes we say UN, sometimes we say IN. If it's before a P, the N becomes an M, so it's impenetrable. Not able to be penetrated is what that means. To penetrate means to go into something. So if something is impenetrable, you're not able to go into it. Obviously, the hackers were able to penetrate the system, and, of course, that caused all the problems. Dina says, that explains it. Making an announcement like that is like issuing a challenge. To issue, ISSUE, here means to announce. It can also mean to give something to someone. You could say it also means that here too. A challenge is when you say to someone, I want you to do this, or I don't think you could do this. This is a very difficult task. This is a very difficult thing to do. I challenge you to do this. They're using challenge as a verb. So when McHugh Corp announced that it had new security measures, this was like issuing a challenge to the hackers. It was saying to the hackers, see if you can break into our system. See if you can penetrate our security measures. Jen says, yeah, it was definitely a challenge. I bet, meaning I'm guessing, a lot of hackers were trying to breach those security measures. To breach, B-R-E-A-C-H, means to break a rule or to go past some limit that you're not supposed to go past. In this case, it means to get into the computer, to get around these security measures so they could get into the computer. Jin says they were trying to breach those security measures just to show that it could be done. Just to show here means only to demonstrate, only to let everyone know that these security measures were not as good as the McHugh Corp thought they were. One of them certainly found the system's vulnerabilities and exploited them. One of them, meaning one of the hackers, found the system's vulnerabilities. Vulnerability, vulnerability, is a weakness. If you are vulnerable, you are weak. There's something about you that someone could beat you with or take advantage of you with. And the hacker found the system's vulnerabilities and exploited them. To exploit, E-X-P-L-O-I-T, means to use something to your advantage which causes problems for someone else. it's good for you, but it is hurting or harming someone else. That's to exploit something or someone. Dina says, what was McHugh Corp thinking? What were they thinking means, I can't believe they were so stupid. That's really what that question means. Dina says, they've had problems in the past with hackers, and then they issue this challenge. I say that it serves them right. That's a common expression, to serve, S-E-R-V-E, someone right, R-I-G-H-T. To serve someone right means that the person got what they deserved. It's used in a negative way when talking about the bad or negative results or consequences of something that someone has done. So if you are driving fast down the freeway above the speed limit and the police catch you and give you a ticket, a fine, it serves you right, I could say. You were doing something bad and now you have to face or deal with the negative consequences. Jin says they shouldn't have bragged about their new security measures, but those hackers caused a lot of damage. To brag, B-R-A-G, means to tell everyone how good you are. Oh, I'm the best tennis player in Southern California. I'm the best singer in Hollywood. Of course, when you brag, it's not always true. Well, Jin says that McHugh Corp should not have bragged. They shouldn't have said that their system was impenetrable. Dina says, I bet McHugh Corp learned its lesson. To learn its lesson means they have learned from their mistake and they won't do it again. Dina says, the lesson is, don't wave a red flag in front of a bull. A bull, B-U-L-L, is a large animal that traditionally in countries like Spain and Mexico and a few other places is used in bullfighting, which is you fight against the bull. I'm not sure if they still do this in Spain. I know they still do it in Mexico, I believe. Bullfighting is when you have a huge animal, this huge bull, and a man gets in a circle with the bull and basically tries to kill the bull. The tradition is that if you have a red flag, a small piece of cloth, a small piece of material, and you wave it, meaning you move it back and forth in front of the bull, that this will cause the bull to get angry and to try to run at you. Now, I believe it's also the case that bulls are actually colorblind, so the color red doesn't really have any special effect. But that's the expression, to wave a red flag in front of a bull. It means to make other people angry without any good reason. You're trying to make them angry. And that's what Dina says the McHugh Corp did with its computer system. Now let's listen to the dialogue, this time at a normal speed. Did you hear what happened to McHugh Corp?
No, what?
Hackers were able to get unauthorized access to its computer systems and cause a lot of problems over the weekend. They destroyed data and rendered the system unusable. In fact, the entire system crashed.
I hadn't heard that. Why McHugh Corp?
Well, the company announced last week that it had implemented new security measures, which made their systems impenetrable.
Ah, that explains it. Making an announcement like that is like issuing a challenge.
Yeah, it was definitely a challenge. I bet a lot of hackers were trying to breach those security measures just to show that it could be done. One of them certainly found the system's vulnerabilities and exploited them.
What was McHugh Corp thinking? They've had problems in the past with hackers, and then they issue this challenge. I say that it serves them right.
They shouldn't have bragged about their new security measures, but those hackers caused a lot of damage.
I bet McHugh Corp learned its lesson. Don't wave a red flag in front of a bull.
Our scriptwriter doesn't like to brag, but I'll brag for her. She's the best scriptwriter on the internet. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Say, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language podcast, number 835. Getting Shocking News. This is English as a Second Language podcast, episode 835. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. ESLPOD.com is our website. Go there, become a member, and improve your English faster than you ever thought possible. This episode is a dialogue between Carla and Chris about some surprising or shocking news. Let's get started.
You look like you've had a shock.
Yeah, that phone call threw me for a loop. My ex-girlfriend is pregnant, and she wants me to take a paternity test.
Wow, that's quite a bombshell. Are you going to do it?
Of course. If the baby is biologically mine, I want to take responsibility for it. I wanted to start a family with my ex, get married and have children, the whole shebang. So if the baby is mine, I'll provide child support, no question. I might even fight for custody.
Really? That's astounding. Most guys would be hoping that the baby isn't theirs. What did your ex-girlfriend say when you told her?
She thought I would be outraged or something. Instead, she was the one who was left. Welcome to English as a Second Language podcast, number 835. Getting Shocking News. This is English as a Second Language podcast, episode 835. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. ESLPOD.com is our website. Go there, become a member, and improve your English faster than you ever thought possible. This episode is a dialogue between Carla and Chris about some surprising or shocking news. Let's get started.
You look like you've had a shock.
Yeah, that phone call threw me for a loop. My ex-girlfriend is pregnant, and she wants me to take a paternity test.
Wow, that's quite a bombshell. Are you going to do it?
Of course. If the baby is biologically mine, I want to take responsibility for it. I wanted to start a family with my ex, get married and have children, the whole shebang. So if the baby is mine, I'll provide child support, no question. I might even fight for custody.
Really? That's astounding. Most guys would be hoping that the baby isn't theirs. What did your ex-girlfriend say when you told her?
Welcome to English as a Second Language podcast, number 835. Getting shocking news. This is English as a Second Language podcast, episode 835. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. ESLPOD.com is our website. Go there, become a member, and improve your English faster than you ever thought possible. This episode is a dialogue between Carla and Chris about some surprising or shocking news. Let's get started.
You look like you've had a shock.
Yeah, that phone call threw me for a loop. My ex-girlfriend is pregnant, and she wants me to take a paternity test.
Wow, that's quite a bombshell. Are you going to do it?
Of course. If the baby is biologically mine, I want to take responsibility for it. I wanted to start a family with my ex, get married and have children, the whole shebang. So if the baby is mine, I'll provide child support, no question. I might even fight for custody.
Really? That's astounding. Most guys would be hoping that the baby isn't theirs. What did your ex-girlfriend say when you told her?
She thought I would be outraged or something. Instead, she was the one who was left stunned.
I'm surprised too. Not many guys would want to have a child without being married.
One part of me hopes the baby isn't mine, only because my relationship with my ex-girlfriend is over, and I don't want to rekindle it. But I'm not getting any younger, and another part of me really wants to be a father.
Well, the DNA test will give you proof, one way or the other. Just cross your fingers.
I would, but I'm not sure which outcome I want more. Our dialogue begins with Carla saying to Chris, "You look like you've had a shock." S-H-O-C-K. A shock is a surprise, usually a negative surprise. A shock can also have other meanings in English. Take a look at the learning guide for some of those. Chris says, yeah, meaning yes. That phone call threw me for a loop. The expression to throw someone for a loop, L-O-O-P, means to surprise someone often with negative or confusing information. When my neighbor told me he was buying a new cat, I didn't realize that he was buying a lion, which of course is a large animal, not the kind of cat you would want to have at home if you would want a cat in the first place. Chris says the phone call threw him for a loop. He says, my ex-girlfriend, meaning my former or past girlfriend, is pregnant, and she wants me to take a paternity test. Chris says his ex-girlfriend is pregnant. Pregnant. To be pregnant means that, for a woman only, you are going to have a baby, that there is a baby growing inside of you. That is to be pregnant. Most women are pregnant for about 9 months before the baby is born, before it comes out of the woman's body. Chris's ex-girlfriend is pregnant, showing Chris perhaps not to have the best sense of judgment and responsibility. The ex-girlfriend wants him to take a paternity test. A paternity, P-A-T-E-R-N-I-T-Y test comes from the Latin word pater, P-A-T-E-R, meaning father. A paternity test is a test to see whether you are the father of the baby. Once again, we get a little bit more than what we need to know about the life of Chris and his ex-girlfriend. The ex-girlfriend wants Chris to take this paternity test to see if he is the father of the baby that the ex-girlfriend is now pregnant with. Okay, kind of like a soap opera today. Carla says, wow, that's quite a bombshell. A bombshell, B-O-M-B-S-H-E-L-L, one word, here means a very important or surprising piece of news, something that everyone would go, wow, I wasn't expecting that. Carla says this news is quite a bombshell, meaning it's a very large bombshell. It's a very important one. Are you going to do it? Carla asks, meaning are you going to take this test? Chris says, of course. If the baby is biologically mine, I want to take responsibility for it. Biologically, B-I-O-L-O-G-I-C-A-L-L-Y, refers to, in this case, the real father, if you will, the actual father, the father that contributed his half of the baby's genetic code. That would be a baby that is biologically mine. You could also adopt a baby. Perhaps some woman or some couple is not able to take care of their baby, and so they give it to another family, and the family adopts that baby. We would say that that baby is adopted, but not biologically from the new parents. Chris wants to see if the baby is biologically his, meaning it's his. And if it is, he wants to take responsibility for it. I wanted to start a family with my ex, get married, and have children, the whole shebang. Chris is saying that before he and his ex-girlfriend separated, before they broke up, he wanted to have a family with her, to get married, and to have children. The whole shebang. The expression the whole, W-H-O-L-E, shebang, S-H-E-B-A-N-G, is an informal phrase meaning everything, including everything. It's a little less common now than it was probably 20, 30 years ago, but you'll still hear it, the whole shebang, meaning everything. You could say this about a lot of things. It could be for something as unimportant as your hamburger at McDonald's. You go to McDonald's and you order a hamburger and the person says, do you want everything on it? Do you want all the ingredients in it? And you say, yes, give me the whole shebang. I'm getting kind of hungry talking about hamburgers. It's almost lunchtime here in Los Angeles as I record this, so maybe time to go and get myself a hamburger. Anyway, back to our dialogue. Chris says, if the baby is mine, I'll provide child support, no question. Child support is money that one parent, usually the father, pays to the other parent, usually the mother, when the two of them are separated, divorced, or were never married to begin with. Legally, fathers, biological fathers, may be required in many places to provide child support to the mother of the baby. It's one of the unfortunate consequences of our modern society that this has become necessary to legally require fathers to support their children, but that's where we are. Chris says, I might even fight for custody. Custody, C-U-S-T-O-D-Y, is a legal right to have the child under the age of 18 living with you. Normally, when a mother and a father get divorced and there are children, it's typical for the parents to have joint custody, meaning the children spend some time with the mother and some time with the father. Sometimes the woman is given sole, S-O-L-E, custody, meaning basically the father has very little right to see the children or to have the children come live with him. But it's also possible for the father to get sole custody. So custody is the right to have a child, usually your own child, living with you. And Chris says he might fight for custody, meaning he's going to try to have the baby live with him. Carla is surprised. She says, really? That's astounding. Astounding, A-S-T-O-U-N-D-I-N-G, means very surprising, incredible. Carla says most guys would be hoping that the baby isn't theirs. Most men would hope the baby wasn't theirs so they wouldn't have to support it. Carla says, what did your ex-girlfriend say when you told her? Chris says she thought I would be outraged or something. To be outraged, O-U-T-R-A-G-E-D, means to be extremely angry, to be very mad. Chris says instead, she was the one who was left stunned. To be stunned, S-T-U-N-N-E-D, means to be very surprised. Notice also the use of the verb left. She was left stunned. We would use that expression when you have told someone something and then you go away or you hang up the phone or you stop talking to them and they remain there, if you will, surprised. They stay surprised after that news. Carla says, I'm surprised too. Not many guys, here guys means men, would want to have a child without being married. Chris says, one part of me hopes the baby isn't mine. One part of me means I have two different opinions. One opinion, or one desire, really, is that the baby is not biologically mine, only because, he says, my relationship with my ex-girlfriend is over and I don't want to rekindle it. To rekindle, R-E-K-I-N-D-L-E, means to kindle again, and to kindle means to start. Usually we use that word in describing a fire. For some weird reason, there is a portable electronic reader called a Kindle, sold by Amazon.com, that has to do with, of course, books. But in any case, to rekindle means to restart. Chris says, I'm not getting any younger, and another part of me really wants to be a father. So he has these two different desires. One is to be a father, and therefore he hopes the baby is his, even though he's not married to the mother, which causes additional problems. But another part of him says, I don't want to be a father. Of course, if he didn't want to be a father, he probably should have thought about that a little earlier. Carla says, well, the DNA test will give you proof one way or the other. A DNA test is a genetic test to determine, in this case, whether Chris is the actual father of the baby. Proof, P-R-O-O-F, is evidence that something is true. The expression one way or the other means whichever result is correct. Here it means more generally, there are only two possibilities. There are only two ways that this could happen, or two results. The two results are either he is the father or he isn't. One way or the other. The DNA test will give him proof. Carla says, just cross your fingers. To cross, C-R-O-S-S, your fingers means to hold one finger over the other like you are making an X, the letter X. And that is to wish for something. We want something to happen. You hope you get a job. And your friend says, well, I'll keep my fingers crossed, meaning I will hope that you get the job. It's sort of like good luck. Chris says, I would, meaning I would cross my fingers, but I'm not sure which outcome I want more. An outcome, O-U-T-C-O-M-E, one word, is a result. So Chris is not sure which result he wants. Here's an idea, Chris. How about the best result for the baby and not for you and your ex-girlfriend? Now let's listen to the dialogue, this time at a normal speed.
You look like you've had a shock.
Yeah, that phone call threw me for a loop. My ex-girlfriend is pregnant, and she wants me to take a paternity test.
Wow, that's quite a bombshell. Are you going to do it?
Of course. If the baby is biologically mine, I want to take responsibility for it. I wanted to start a family with my ex, get married and have children, the whole shebang. So if the baby is mine, I'll provide child support, no question. I might even fight for custody.
Really? That's astounding. Most guys would be hoping that the baby isn't theirs. What did your ex-girlfriend say when you told her?
She thought I would be outraged or something. Instead, she was the one who was left stunned.
I'm surprised, too. Not many guys would want to have a child without being married.
One part of me hopes the baby isn't mine, only because my relationship with my ex-girlfriend is over and I don't want to rekindle it. But I'm not getting any younger, and another part of me really wants to be a father.
Well, the DNA test will give you proof, one way or the other. Just cross your fingers.
I would, but I'm not sure which outcome I want more. Our scriptwriter doesn't normally throw us for a loop. That's Dr. Lucy Tse. Thank you, Lucy. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Tse, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development. Welcome to English as a Second Language podcast, number 836. Working Shifts. This is English as a Second Language podcast, episode 836. I'm your host, Dr. Jeff McQuillan, coming to you from the Center for Educational Development in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Go to our website at www.eslpod.com and download a learning guide for this episode. Take a look at our ESL Podcast store while you're there. This episode is a dialogue between Danny and Lisette about different times that you work throughout the day. Let's get started.
You're the new kid on the block, aren't you?
Yeah, it's my first day.
I'm Lisette.
I'm Danny. Nice to meet you.
You're lucky to be starting on the day shift. When I started working here umpteen years ago, I had to work the graveyard shift for 2 years before I got the day shift.
I guess I am lucky, but I wouldn't mind working any shift, even double shifts, once I get up to speed. My wife and I are expecting our first child, and we need to save up.
Oh, yeah? Congratulations. Well, there are always people who want time off and need someone to cover for them. You can usually pick up extra hours and shifts that way. Sometimes there's even overtime, but the veteran workers get first dibs.
I can understand that. Well, if you ever need anybody to cover for you, just give me a shout.
All right, I'll keep it in mind. Maybe I can help you save up for a diaper or two.
We begin our dialogue with Lisette saying to Danny, "You're the new kid on the block, aren't you?" The new kid on the block, B-L-O-C-K, here means a new person in an organization. Usually in American cities, we call the place where the houses or the apartments are in between the streets blocks. One block, one rectangle that has 4 streets, one on the north, one on the south, one on the east, and one on the west. Well, that's a block. And if you say you're the new kid on the block, that means usually your family has just moved to that particular area, and the other kids may say you're the new kid here. You're the one that has arrived most recently. Here we're talking about a work organization, not an actual city block. Danny says, "Yeah, it's my first day." Lisette says, "I'm Lisette." Danny says, "I'm Danny. Nice to meet you." Maybe we have something going here between Lisette and Danny. Let's see. Lisette says, "You're lucky to be starting on the day shift." A shift, S-H-I-F-T, is the period of time during the 24-hour day that you work. The day shift would be the period of time between, say, 8 or 9 in the morning and 4 or 5 in the afternoon. That would be in places that have workers there all 24 hours. In other words, a hospital, maybe certain factories that make things that operate 24 hours a day. Well, you can't work 24 hours a day, so you divide the day up into 3 shifts. The day shift, then there's the second shift, which is usually from 4 or 5 in the afternoon till midnight or so. And then you have, what we'll find out in a second, is the graveyard shift. Lisette says to Danny, "You're lucky to be starting on the day shift. When I started working here, umpteen years ago, I had to work the graveyard shift for 2 years before I got the day shift." Umpteen, U-M-P-T-E-E-N, is an unusual word in English, but you will hear it in conversation. It means a lot or many. The idea is that there are so many years you can't count them. Often it's an expression or a word used by people who are getting older and can't remember or don't want to remember how many years ago it was. I graduated from high school umpteen years ago. Many, 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 many years ago. Lisette says she started working at this company umpteen years ago, many years ago, and when she did, she had to work the graveyard shift. A graveyard, G-R-A-V-E-Y-A-R-D, one word, is a place where you bury bodies. It's a place where you put dead people, a cemetery, we could also call it. But in the expression graveyard shift, it refers to people who have to work from midnight to, say, 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. The people who have to work at night, after usually midnight or 1 a.m. We call this the graveyard shift. Why? Well, I guess because people have this idea that the dead are fans of the nighttime, that bodies walk during the night. I don't know. That's just what we call it. Danny says, "I guess I am lucky, but I wouldn't mind working any shift, even double shifts." To work a double shift means to work 16 hours, to work 2 shifts, the day shift and the second shift, the first shift and the second shift, for example. Danny says, "I wouldn't mind working any shift, even double shifts, once I get up to speed." To get up to speed means to learn something quickly. Once you're able to do what you are supposed to do. So you're learning some new skill, some new thing you have to do at your work. It may take you a day, a week, a month to really be able to do it as well as you should, as well as everyone else. You need to get up to speed, to be moving fast enough, if you will. "My wife and I are expecting our first child," Danny says. Oh, so I guess there's no relationship between Danny and Lisette. "And we need to save up." To save up is a phrasal verb that means to save money, usually for some particular purpose. I'm saving up for a car. I'm saving up for a new computer. I'm saving up for a new electric guitar so I can be in a rock band. Yeah, that would be cool. So I'm saving up for something. And Danny and his wife, who is expecting her first child, when we say they're expecting, we mean she is going to have the baby. She's pregnant. Danny needs to save up. Lisette says, "Oh yeah? Congratulations." Now, of course, Lisette must be a little disappointed to find out that Danny is already married, but she doesn't seem to indicate that in the dialogue. Lisette says, "Congratulations. Well, there are always people who want time off and need someone to cover for them." Time off are hours or days when you don't work your normal schedule. So normally you work Monday through Friday, but you're going to take some time off. We use the verb to take with time off. You're going to take some time off on Friday or on Monday. You're not going to work all or part of that day. Lisette says that there are always people, meaning there will always be someone who wants to take time off and needs someone to cover for them. To cover, C-O-V-E-R, for someone, means to work when another person cannot. So someone says, "I can't work this afternoon, although I am scheduled, I'm supposed to. Could you cover for me? Could you work during the time that I'm supposed to work?" Lisette says, "You can usually pick up extra hours and the shifts that way." To pick up here is a phrasal verb meaning to get something in addition to what you would normally have. Normally you work 8 hours, but you can pick up an extra 4 hours by working half a shift, 4 hours of the second shift for someone who wants time off. Sometimes, Lisette says, there's even overtime, but the veteran workers get first dibs. Overtime, O-V-E-R-T-I-M-E, one word, is when you work at a job where you are paid by the hour, and you work more than your normal number of hours for that week. Usually in the U.S., it's 40 hours. So if you get paid by the hour, you make $20 an hour or $40 an hour or whatever it is, and you work your 40 hours, and then the boss wants you to work overtime, you're working more than your regular 40 hours. And in the U.S., in most places, you get paid extra. So you might get paid, instead of your normal $20 an hour, you might get paid $25 or $30. Sometimes companies will pay what's called double time. They'll pay you twice as much as you normally work if you work overtime, more than your normal 40 hours. This is only for people who are paid by the hour. If you get a salary, if you are paid a certain amount every year, then typically you don't get overtime. You may work 60, 70 hours a week, but you are not going to get paid extra. But overtime is when you are paid extra for an hourly position. Lisette says that the veteran workers, the workers who have a lot of experience, who have been here a long time, the veteran workers get first dibs. To get first dibs means that you are the first person or in the group that gets to decide or choose something before anyone else. So if the company says, we're going to offer 10 hours overtime this week, first they will ask the veteran employees, the employees who have been there a long time, do you want it? And they say no. And then they go to the next group, and then the next group. To get first dibs means to get first choice. It's an expression that we use sometimes. It's often something that you would say as a child. Let's say there's a piece of chocolate cake or a large chocolate cake with several pieces. and somebody says, I get first dibs, meaning I get to choose my piece before the rest of you. But adults can also say this. Danny says, I can understand that. Well, if you ever need anyone to cover for you, he says to Lisette, just give me a shout. The expression to give someone a shout, S-H-O-U-T, means to call someone or to contact them. Usually it means to call them on the telephone. It's an informal expression. You wouldn't use it in a formal setting, but among friends or coworkers, people you work with, it's okay. It's probably an expression that will become less common. Now, instead of giving someone a shout, you would probably send them a text. Informally, we might use the verb shoot, to shoot someone a text, or an email, send me an email, or shoot me an email. That would mean the same thing, contact me. Lisette says, all right, okay, I'll keep it in mind. I'll remember that. Maybe I can help you save up for a diaper or two. She's helping Danny by giving him extra hours so he can save up for diapers. D-I-A-P-E-R-S. Diapers are things that you put around a baby, around their bottom, so that they can go to the bathroom, because, of course, babies can't walk and go to the bathroom by themselves. I don't have a lot of experience changing diapers. I was the youngest in my family. I know my older brothers and sisters do. Now let's listen to the dialogue, this time at a normal speed.
You're the new kid on the block, aren't you?
Yeah, it's my first day.
I'm Lisette.
I'm Danny. Nice to meet you.
You're lucky to be starting on the day shift. When I started working here umpteen years ago, I had to work the graveyard shift for 2 years before I got the day shift.
I guess I am lucky, but I wouldn't mind working any shift, even double shifts, once I get up to speed. My wife and I are expecting our first child, and we need to save up.
Oh yeah? Congratulations. Well, there are always people who want time off and need someone to cover for them. You can usually pick up extra hours and shifts that way. Sometimes there's even overtime, but the veteran workers get first dibs.
I can understand that. Well, if you ever need anybody to cover for you, just give me a shout.
All right, I'll keep it in mind. Maybe I can help you save up for a diaper or two.
Our scriptwriter has written umpteen scripts, all of them good. Thank you, Dr. Lucy Say. From Los Angeles, California, I'm Jeff McQuillan. Thank you for listening. Come back and listen to us again here on ESL Podcast. English as a Second Language podcast is written and produced by Dr. Lucy Say, hosted by Dr. Jeff McQuillan. Copyright 2012 by the Center for Educational Development.